रितु मैम, रितु मैम, सुमेरा मैम से बात करो ना। नहीं, ज्वाइन तो कराओ उनको। फिर से अप्रूव।
Hello. 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 माइक चाहिए होगा. Hello. 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 Research must continue to be the centerpiece of intellectual life, and our commitment to research must grow because our problems are growing. Said by Ernest L. Boyer, an American educator. Honorable dignitaries, learned delegates, respected professors and students, a very good morning to one and all. I, Gopal, Assistant Professor, IPEM Law Academy, feel privileged to welcome you all on behalf of Organizing Committee of the International E-Conference on Environment, Climate Change and Sustainability. IPEM Law Academy is NAC accredited and affiliated to Chaudhry Charan Singh University, Meerut. It is approved by the Bar Council of India and offers LLB 3-year, BLLB and BCom LLB 5-year programs. The vision of IPEM Law Academy is to produce professionals who would pioneer future revolutions. IPEM has emerged as the epitome of world-class education and imparts value-based education. We amalgamate curiosity and dedication to ensure that all our students are self-driven towards learning. The college serves as an innovative center to focus on imparting knowledge through wide exposure and frequent research and scholarships. Focusing on innovation and discipline, the college has received accreditation for being the best college in India, especially in Delhi NCR region. When Albert Einstein said, if we knew what it was we were doing, it would not be called research, would it? It is on occasions like this we get opportunities to test our knowledge and understanding. We look forward to get an exposure about what the best of the brains think about this very dynamic issue of environment, climate change, and sustainability. Now, to commence the inaugural session, I would like to invite all the dignitaries for lighting of lamp. I welcome you all. Thank you so much, everyone. IPEM Law Academy is conducting international conferences on yearly basis. The theme of International E-Conference of 2020 was Sexual Offences Against Women. In 2021, it was Intellectual Property Rights, the Contemporary Issues. Since the environmental crisis has been brought about by the recklessness of mankind, it is also their duty to solve the problem. We cannot just leave it to God. Nature has a capacity to repair the damage if it is done within the sustainable limits. But the damage done during the last 100 years seems to be beyond the automatic capacity of nature to heal, and that is why it is a crisis. But there is still a scope of damage correction, which requires man's intervention. Keeping this in mind, on behalf of IPEM Law Academy, I would like to introduce the theme of the year for our International Conference 2022, which is none other than environment. This international conference will give a platform to researchers belonging from different parts of the world to come together and discuss the problem. So, to commence with the inaugural session, I would like to invite Mr. Shashank Chaudhary, Dean Academics, IPEM Group of Institutions, to address the gathering with his encouraging words. I welcome you, sir. The session is all yours.
Thank you, Ms. Ritu. I hope my voice is audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I, Shashank Chaudhary, on behalf of our patron, Mr. Anupam Goyalji, Executive Director, Professor Dr. Sugandha Goyal, Director General, Colonel Dr. Smrata, faculty, staff, and students of IPM Law Academy, welcome you all who have joined us on Zoom and YouTube, and wish you a very good morning or appropriate greetings as per the time zone in the area from where you are participating in this international e-conference on environment, climate change, and sustainability. In collaboration with EcoRoots Foundation, which is an organization founded by Mr. Rajesh Khatri, who has been awarded with the title of Nest Man of India. We are indeed privileged to welcome our international speakers. First, I would like to welcome Ms. Sumaira Abdullahi, renowned environmentalist, founder of NGO Awaz Foundation and convener of Mitra, as guest of honor. Welcome you, ma'am. Next, I would extend my hearty welcome to all our eminent speakers who are present here. Professor Dr. Antonita Ilia, Associate Professor of Law, University of Santiago de Compostela, Spain, International Legal Advisor on Human Rights Standard Implementation, member of the Mediterranean Network of Experts on Climate Change. Mahendra Jung Shah, Judge Advocate Colonel of Nepal Army. Professor Abubakar Ridwan Matsu, Honorable Vice Chairman, College of Professors of Law in Nigeria, Council of Usman Dandofio University, Sokoto, and Governing Council of Nigerian Institute of Advanced Leader Studies. Professor Dr. Harpreet Kaur, eminent writer, Principal, Mata Sundari College of Women, University of Delhi. Isabella Moreira Domingos, Federal University of Santa Catarina, UFSC, Brazil. I am very honored to welcome all the eminent speakers to this international e-conference. Most importantly, I welcome all the paper presenters who have submitted their research papers for sharing the same at this international e-conference. We greatly appreciate their efforts. We are very happy to state that there has been an overwhelming response from the academicians, research scholars, practicing professionals for submission of research papers, both from India and abroad. Across all the continents, we are grateful to all of you for this. We also welcome all those who are attending this international e-conference on this very important upcoming theme and sub-themes. I'm sure all of us will gain a lot from this conference. All the papers have been checked for plagiarism and reviewed by the experts, and only the selected few papers are being presented in the e-conference. So I request all the participants to please remain connected through Zoom or YouTube, as the case may be, throughout the proceedings of this conference. Now, for the benefit of our international and national participants from other parts of India, let me say a few words about the IPM Group of Institutions, which is hosting this international e-conference. The institute is located at Ghaziabad, adjacent to New Delhi, the capital of India, and comes under National Capital Region, NCR. The institute was established by late Dr. B.S. Goyal with over 55 years of teaching and research experience in 1996. The institute is ISO 9001:2015 certified, NAC accredited, and research center of the university. The institute conducts professional UG and PG courses in the areas of management, information technology, education, and law, all with the approval of the confirmed professional bodies and affiliation to the universities. Ever since its inception, the IPM is known for its student-centric approach in teaching and discipline, and has had very good results and placements, and has thus been ranked among the top few institutes in the NCR. As mentioned earlier, we at IPM have been holding webinars, workshops, conferences, faculty development programs at regular intervals through professional experts. This e-conference is a continuation of the same. Finally, without taking much time, I would like to once again welcome and conveying our best wishes to honorable international national speakers, paper presenters, and attendees from across the world, the conveners of the event, and all the teaching and non-teaching staff of IPM Law Academy. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would now start with the keynote address session. It is my pleasure to invite Dr. Mahendra Jang Shah. He is currently the Deputy Directorate at Human Rights Directorate, Nepali Army. Sir had been the Head of Prosecution Division at Nepali Army from 2020 to 21 session. I welcome you, sir. Kindly address the gathering with your enlightening words. The session is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you are on.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Respected Principal Ma'am, Dr. Meenakshi Tamol, Deans, Executive Director, very distinguished academician from Nigeria, Spain, and Brazil, Dr. R.K. Dev, ladies and gentlemen, including participants. It is indebted of great honor and pleasure to me for this opportunity. I am particularly grateful to IPM academies and families. I would like to welcome and congratulate you all participants in such wide, burning, critical issues related to environment, which is related to glorious part of universe, glorious part of universe, very beautiful part of life, and very aesthetic values of love. This is the one part. And second part is climate changes, very critical issues created by human beings, and sustainability, which is aim of human demand, aim, goal, that means development. The topic related to nature is taken broadly as the earth physical phenomena and omnipresent in life. Nature connected to environment, which means circumstances, object, and conditions. There is surrounding a complex and physical, chemical, and biotic factors that act upon the organism or an ecological communities, ultimately determine its form and survival. The best eco-criticism is found that represent and connect the human beings and the environment starting in 1990s with globalizations, liberalizations, and governance. And similarly, green studies take their cue from eco-criticism. Ladies and gentlemen, culturally, our fundamental character find that we love, worship, and believe in the nature and environment from the civilizations, which is fascinated by the basic element of the universe: water, earth, air, space, and fire. The elements are proven, underlining their beauties and importance. We need to keep care and control naturally. It is highlighted by Right Honorable Prime Minister of India to the fundamental characters of the people of this land in his inauguration speech at Sustainable Development. The originality of nature from the beginning to the death. We should need to follow how we govern. Ladies and gentlemen, Significantly, the discourse in the book, The Nature of Nature by Enrique Sala, highlighted the nature is incisive, impassionate, pragmatic, and compelling. Sala referred to environment is either to actual physical surrounding or social or cultural background. Nature is called natural earth. The tree, forest, bird, and animal are an example of nature. William Ortwood, in her poem The Table Turned, highlighted the importance of nature. She said, book she said that books are just barren lips that provided empty knowledge, and the nature is best teacher which can teach more about human evil and God. Similarly, great Manly's hopings in his creation God grandeur explore the relationship between creature and the old nature. Stephen Kent's in his book The Open Boat talk about the man versus nature, survival, solidarity, and sympathy. John Carroll Oates talk about against nature. Stephen Joy Ground in his non-normal nature book, If God is good and if creation reveals godness, why we are surrounded with pain, suffering, and senseless, purely in the animal world. He uses the life form of the parasitic. John denies the old of in favor ruthlessness by the human being. The situation is like his description, but we must reach in the common understanding which we face today. There are many challenges and establish how overcome these challenges could help the sustainability in our global village. I am looking forward to hear your thought on all issues which are related to the nature, universe, old and global village. There are some issues which must to take into considerations, evolutions and changes which are related with the natural environmental. We need to biological fallacy that means the natural balance. We should we'll talk about it. We'll talk about the ecosystem, eco criticisms, human impact in the natural world. We need to urgent attention to establish the environment government. Primarily, secondly, we need to talk about the legal framework and environmental governance. There are so many issues, but I would like to highlight the environmental law, which has developed as a nationally, regionally, and internationally. There are more than 215 multinational agreements, but the situation we can evaluate the situations and atmospheres of the global place. We need to talk in this seminar the primarily environmental destruction is already established the war crime. What is the position of that? There is an ecocide law. Ecocide law, we need to talk about that. And planet destructions is an international crime. It's a international crimes. We need to talk about that the pillar of the environmentalism, which are established by the international, national, and regional conventions, which are globalization, decentralization, incentive-based, and trust-based. We need to talk about the ecological civilizations, and which are very complex and challenges today. And there are some issues which need to highlight in this seminar. I will expect from you, which are ecocide laws, green criminologies, earth protector, eco criticism, crime against the environment, which are established by the international law. These are the things. In this context, I'm looking forward to hearing your thought in these issues. I'll be more grateful to make the global mandate for the global village and our planet more sustainable, safe, and inclusive. The core of concern is like depletion of energies, fuel, and material resources, and environmental issues like air pollution, water pollution, and land and soil pollution. Fundamentally indiscriminate resources and irresponsible waste management are fundamental threat to the environmental to sustainability. In this context, Theodore Roosevelt from US president said that we have become great because of the lavish use of our resources, but the time has come to inquire seriously what will happen when our forests are gone, when the coals, the iron and soil, the gas are exhausted. Similarly, Thomas Fuller's 17th century English author said that we never knows the worth of water till the well is dry. Lily Thompson, American actor and comedian, he ironically said that I always wonder why somebody does not do something about that. Then I realized I was somebody. There is a need for the continuous to graduation and refinement of our edit process naturally and designed by the regulatory system. The most significant speaking by Lao Shunju, which is ancient Chinese philosopher, said that the journey of 1,000 miles begin with one step. Ladies and gentlemen, with this sentiment, I again welcome and congratulate all participants in various roles and responsibility to contribute, fulfill the aim of this seminars. Once again, I would like to thank the organizer for the great opportunity for me and hope that you will have the pleasant but also very productive contribution to this seminar. Thank you. Thank you very much for your attention. I wish you all very successful for seminar. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful words. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Sumaira Abdullali. Ma'am is an environmental activist focusing on sand mining and noise pollution. She is the founder of NGO Awaaz Foundation. Sand mining, which has now become an issue of global concern, was first reported by her to the authorities. It is an honor that ma'am has joined us for this international conference. I welcome you, ma'am, on behalf of this institution. The session is all yours.
Thank you so much to all of you here, to the IPEM Law Academy for inviting me and for holding this great session, International Conference on Climate Change and Environment. I'd like to share with you a few of my thoughts and experiences, which might help in figuring out or in kind of linking the links between law and environment and climate change, because everything is connected, but law is especially important. Law is, you are all law students here or somehow connected with the law here. And the law is what implements policy and decides what policy actually says, clarifies policy. So it's through the law and through the courts that a lot of my own activism has happened. You mentioned sand mining as an issue I took up first in the early 2000s when no one had heard of sand mining, and there was no question of linking it to climate change because very few people had heard of climate change either. In fact, when I first started complaining to the authorities, I was told that this was a useless thing I was taking up because there are far more important issues in this world, and particularly in a country like India, including education and poverty and all kinds of other things. And that sand mining was the least of our problems because there's plenty of sand in the world. So I made the complaint to the authorities. I was told at the same time as I was told that sand mining is not important, that no one would be able to catch who was actually mining sand because they didn't know, and I would have to catch them red-handed. So very unwisely and not recommended to anyone here, I went in the middle of the night when I knew they were mining sand, and I tried to stop them, and I was attacked and I was hospitalized. So when you're attacked, you have to take a call. What is it you're going to do? Are you going to give up because that's the intention of the attack? Or are you going to recognize that these two statements directly contradict each other? That sand mining is an unimportant issue, not worth taking up. And yet someone is willing to actually physically attack you when you complain about sand mining. So I decided that I would take it up, and I started finding out more information. There wasn't any in those days. So I drove around the countryside taking photographs wherever I could find them. It wasn't easy because there are mafias now, as we know, um, who conduct the sand mining activity. But I did manage to get some, and I went to the court. So that's where the law comes in. The very first attention to sand mining was due to an attack when no one was interested in mining, but they were interested that I was attacked. The second kind of inroads into making the issue more public was through the courts, when the courts sided and agreed that according to the environment protection laws of this country, sand mining does destroy the environment and it should be regulated. So they asked the government to frame a new sand mining policy. And thereafter, there were many hearings. Other people joined me, people from villages and faraway districts started to call me and ask for help and tell me about sand mining. More people joined the courts and filed public interest litigation, and I was attacked again. This time I was nearly killed in a very Bollywood style chase through the mountains, but still I'm here to tell the tale and to speak up for all those many others who followed, who actually were killed and murdered, including children, but because of the whole sand trade, children who have drowned in sand pits, government officers and police officers who have been murdered by the sand mafia. I formed a group to protect other activists who were being attacked, called Mitra, Movement Against Intimidation, Threat and Revenge Against Activists. And I also took that up through the courts. So again, the role of law. And at that time, the whistleblower policy was being discussed. So law is crucial. The matter went up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court and the National Green Tribunal held many hearings. I also took the matter to the UN, who were holding their first conference on, they were holding the COP11 of the Conference of Parties of Biodiversity in India in 2012. The officers of the UN there whom I met said that they were very shocked that sand mining was an issue because to them, coastal issues were among their most important, but they didn't have any documentation on sand. After that, I wrote to the UN to integrate this into their main agenda of the UNEP. The United Nations saw a film in which I participated called Sand Wars, which was released in Paris. The film won numerous awards, but most importantly, the UN watched it. And they did take some action because they came out with their first paper on sand in 2014. They held their first conference on sand, roundtable conference consultation on sand in 2018, in which I was the keynote speaker. I gave them a lot of recommendations and a lot of information about what was happening in India, which were featured throughout their report. The report was, as I had asked them way back in 2011, they finally took it to the UNEP conference and they passed a resolution. The UN passed a resolution on mineral governance, which included sand, that this is something that should be regulated. They also said that India and China have extracted more sand in the last 10 years than the entire West has in the entire 20th century, because sand is used for every single part of our human civilization. If you look around you, the building you're sitting in is made of sand. The computer on which I'm talking to you contains sand. Glass contains sand. Just about everything contains sand. We talk about sand as being we say things are as plentiful as sand to say that they are inexhaustible. But sand is not inexhaustible. And what is really surprising is that the government of India till today, and in fact, no government in the world till today, has been able to give us official figures of how much sand is required for the kind of construction projects which are announced and where that sand is coming from, and to give me a supply-demand chain. Nobody is able to do it today. The High Court in 2010, in my public interest litigation based on our request and based on a study done by an IIT professor, Dr. Shyama Solekar, ordered the government, while reframing their policy, to take into account what could be substitutes for sand. And those substitutes are now being considered in India by the United Nations and by many governments across the world as finding ways to substitute this huge requirement and international trade in sand, which we currently have. Currently, there is no international legal framework to regulate sand, although sand is the second most extracted material in the world after water and the largest which is traded globally. And to give you an idea of the scale, the entire city of Dubai has been built using sand imported from Australia. This is because desert sand cannot be used for construction. They need coastal sand, and that sand comes from Australia. The city of Singapore and China and the country of China have expanded their land borders using sand imported from other countries sometimes. Singapore has imported illegally from Indonesia and Cambodia and other areas in the vicinity. China has extracted its own sand, expanded their borders, which has changed international territory. Therefore, the name of that first film, which was made, Sand Wars, is very apt, because wars are typically fought on land. And for sand, we are taking away sand from weaker sections and putting it in to expand borders of stronger sections. So this is what I'd like to say, that there are just so many things which require the law. It's only a strong law which allows people like me and you and every other ordinary citizen in this country, the law of the public interest litigation, which India leads the world in having, where anybody can approach the courts and ask for implementation. So while I may not have succeeded to the extent that I would have wished, and consider that sand mining has now been replaced only by the other available substitutes which exist, like, for example, recycled industrial waste, recycled debris, etc. But at least to this extent, where the Indian government has changed their laws, where they are considering a circular economy, where they have mandated use of recycled materials for their own government projects, since government is the largest builder, and where the UN and the international community recognize today that sand is a commodity which needs a law, which can be implemented across countries and which can be enforced. So thank you very much. I look to all of you, especially the young people here, because it's the young people most interested in climate change, most affected by climate change, who are driving many of these policies. They are the ones who are standing outside the UN saying that they want these things to be taken seriously by government. In fact, today, I think the role of education in some sense has reversed, that my generation, the older generation, may have a lot to teach about how to implement the law, but it's the young people who have a lot to teach us about what kind of laws they want in place which can be implemented. So I look to all of you with hope. I'm always here in case anyone wants to contact me. Whatever little bit of knowledge I have, I'm happy to share with you. And I'm most happy if I can learn from you as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your enlightening and insightful words. Now we are moving to the sessions. So I would request all the participants of the session 1 to kindly join the meeting, and I'll invite Ms. Manjusha KV to take over the session.
Very good morning to one and all. On behalf of IPM Law Academy, I am Manjusha Pindi, welcoming all of you to the technical session. The theme of session 1 is Environment Jurisprudence versus Economic Jurisprudence. The first presenter who is going to present is Dr. Chandrakanti, Associate Professor and Research Supervisor, Department of Studies in Law, University Law College, Bangalore. The topic for presentation is Right to Pollution-Free Environment.
So good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. And the co-author is Padma J. Hope both of you are present.
Yes, in the absence of my, in the absence of Chandrakanti ma'am, myself, the co-owner of, co-author of Right to Pollution-Free Environment, will be presenting the paper. Good morning to one and all. At the outset, I thank the IPM Law Academy for giving us this opportunity for paper presentation on this international e-conference on environmental, climate change and sustainability. Today, climate change and global warming are the effect of environmental degradation. Our constitution guarantees right to life, which includes right to health also. The major contribution to the environment degradation is the pollution in India, which is being surveyed to 51% caused by industries and 27% by vehicles. Of course, development is necessary for a country like India, but not at the cost of pollution leading to climate change and global warming. I am in a rural area where the post-monsoon is still a continue. Yes, this is one example that we can quote for the global warming, where the monsoon, post-monsoon is still experienced, and we are having from 3 days a heavy rainfall in this area. Okay? No doubt, international efforts have been made since 1972, from Stockholm Conference, Rio, and so on. And also, India was influenced by the Stockholm Conference. Since then, important legislations and policies have been drafted to address the problems of environment pollution, like air, water, environment, forest, ocean, etc. And also, the constitutional provisions from 1976 has also given status to environment protection under Article 48A and 51A, imposing a duty on the government and also the citizen. So also the Indian judiciary has also played a vital role in protecting the environment through numerous historical judgments like MC Mehta, Tirupalpad, landmark cases, and so on. Hence, apart from the international national efforts to control the environmental degradation, we are still facing serious environmental problems all over the world. Hence, panchayat and municipalities has to take the responsibilities at the grass level to protect the environment. Of course, it is obvious that Article 21 is a life-saving environmental mandating, but most complex challenges of our generation to maintain a green environment is being lost. Pollution Control Board should not yield to any political pressures and has to work according to the provisions, letting importance to the environment protection. Environment activists can also bring an important attention to serious issues, mobilizing others and political leaders. Not only the government, but also the NGOs should promote and facilitate the implementation of major environmental programs. The polluters pay principle must be strictly adopted by the government to reduce
Ma'am, your voice is not audible now. Ma'am, you are not audible now. Padma, ma'am. I think there is some technical glitch on her part. So the chair of the session is Anurag Dev, ILI, Professor Dr. Anurag Dev, ILI Delhi, and Mr. Rajkumar, Advocate, National Green Tribunal.
Sir, any questions regarding this? So I'm moving on to the next presenter. So the next presenter is Father Baiju Manindrai, research scholar, Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Educational and Research Institute, and Faculty of Disability Management and Special Education, Vidyalaya Campus, SRKV Post, Coimbatore. The paper for presentation is Fostering Technology Solutions to Climate Change, Adopting for Sustainable Development. Over to you, sir.
Hello, madam.
Yes, Father.
You can present now, no?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, Father, you can present.
Okay.
Father, you are on mute. Father, you are on mute. Please unmute and start your presentation.
Sorry, madam. Okay, we'll start from the beginning. Sorry for the inconvenience. Myself, Father Baiju Thomas, Semersa scholar. My topic is fostering technological solution to climate change, adapting for sustainable development. Introduction. This paper examines the causes of climate change, both natural and anthroponic, in addition to the sum of its effects and actions taken so far called to reduce it. It is making communities less livable, which is in turn worsen income inequality and endangers essential services. Adoption technology that takes a technical, ecological, and social approaches to resolving socially created issues may take urban region more resilient. Human societies have constantly been exposed to the dangers of the natural world and climate change. Solar radiation infiltration and periodical volcanic activity have long been theorized as the leading causes of these changes. Future climate change is widely thought to be caused by human activity, especially the burning of fossil fuel and shift in the global patterns of land use. One of the most significant future barrier humanities will be facing climate change, which will make far-reaching effort on sustainable development. Technology modifying its performance in response to the shifting climate is typically less expensive and simpler to test. They are flexible enough to be adapted to the needs of various regions without putting too much of the financial strain on any one area. the notion of climate change. The climate system is becoming increasingly complicated as more life form are integrated into it. The air we breathe, the food we eat, the water we drink, the animal we see, and everything else in this planet are all interconnected. The term climate change describes any significant long-term shift in the Earth's average weather patterns, whether caused by the human activities or natural events like earthquake, explosion, etc. The first is the surrounding climate, which is the primary determinant of the climate. As an outcome of the climate change, we can predict ongoing changes in the wide range of weather, climate, and other factors all over the Asia and the rest of the world. One of the most pressing issues of our time is climate change because of its strain on the society and environment. Technology and climate change. The precise effect of a global warming on peoples and the planet are challenging to predict because of the many factors involved. Reducing new technology for adaptation and reduction is essential for the successful and helpful response to the challenges posed by the climate change. This study aims to summarize recent technological development that have been implemented to combat climate change in the nutshell. Some argue that a broader strategy is needed to combat climate change despite the importance of technological advances. The combined effort of the public and private sectors are necessary for this strategy to be effective. Based on this paper, the most diversing effect of the climate change can be lessened with the help of advanced technology and political will. Climate change will be far-reaching effect on the ecosystem and global system. Technology transfer and extensive international cooperation are essential for the advancing the spread of strategies for adaptation and of the climate change. Given the importance of climate change, developing countries should access appropriate technological resources. Role of technologies in sustainable development. Technological solutions have taken center stage in the fight against global warming as the government and their advisors have been so slow to implement the social and political changes need to be slow the rate of production and consummation. The environment effects of raising production and consummation are undeniable, but they are not insurmountable. New technologies offer hope for improvement. The use of outdated technology method is no longer as an option. A dramatic and radical redesign of our technological system remains a genuine concern unless political priorities are adequately evaluated. The pre- and post-encounter context of the people's lives are crucial to understanding the effects of technological progress. Sustainability, which is defined as the ability to keep something in a motion or a place, connected climate change and technology debates fundamentally. Assessing the sustainability and climate change education should be mandatory for all the professionals. However, these factors obscure the significance of technology, the climate change, and sustainability. Technological adaptation in the climate change. According to one of the definition, adaptation technology is the use of the technology to make natural or human system more resistant to the effect of climate change. The taking new varieties of crops and instance of technology advance that defeats simple classification. Present climate and other environment, economic and social risks can be removed, renovated with various technologies. Although some of these solutions are sector specific, others are relevant across industry sessions, sufficient suffering from the effects of climate change. Sustainable development in climate change. Sustainable development is achieved when we ensure that present and future generations are sharing equally in the benefits of resources extraction, capital allocation, and technological progress and institutional reform. What is meant by sustainable is something that can be provided for current needs without lowering the quality of life or future generation. Climate change will be continue to be one of the humanity's most significant challenge shortly, since its long-term effects on sustainable development. With no clear solution in the sight, the issue of where to obtain sustainable power has become not just a concern, but the genuine concern of our time. Even though the problem of climate change was caused by the use of antiquated technology, the best way to forward to deal with this issue is scientific advancement in the new technology. Conclusion: technology in the public about the efficacy of adaptation measure is vital to getting the word out about technological solution to the climate change. Suppose adaptation technology are to be adopted at the higher rate in the face of climate change. In this case, the accessibility gap must be closed and the public awareness of the must be increased. Developing societies full of national visionaries who can expand their build-up upon the achievement of others is essential if we are to meet the issues of the future, and climate change education can play an essential role in this relation. Although technological progress is promising, significant societal shift and re-evaluation of the priorities will be required. Many members of the appropriate technology movement made an crucial error. Widespread adoption of technology required more just an availability. Unfortunately, some technology brand aids that are plug our world for the too long will remain the norm unless government take dramatic measures to force radical technological innovations. Since most of the study on climate change is conducted and published by academicians and policymakers, and great general public is developing, world countries are often left in the dark. However, over the past few years, a flood of new data regarding the climate change system has become available. Improving we can teach in the light of regional physical changes in the increase in public awareness of the effect of climate change, change and strength technology competence of personnel, especially in the field of climate change. So we need to change the environment. We need to work together for the adaptation of technologies to climate change. Thank you very much. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. So the paper is over. Sir, Rajkumar, sir, any questions?
Questions.
Any questions from participants, sir? Okay, so we are moving to the next presenter. So there are co-authors, Ms. Suman J. Motla and Dr. Bhavesh H. Bharat from School of Law, Gujarat University, Ahmedabad. The paper going to present is Factors Affecting Nature, Ecosystem and Biodiversity in the State of Gujarat and its Conservation Initiative. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. My paper for the seminar is Factors Affecting Nature, Ecosystem and Biodiversity in the State of Gujarat and its Conservation Initiatives. So as we all are aware that urbanization and industrialization has led to deteriorating our environmental conditions, and it has affecting our human health, plants, animals, and it has actually disturbed our entire ecosystem. So these factors due to environment, the increase in the particulate in the environment is increasing, and hence one survey was conducted by Central Pollution Control Board around the country, and among that, two cities of Gujarat were found to be the most populated cities amongst the 10 most populated cities. So Gujarat Industrial Development Corporation has taken few initiatives and considered this as a very critical problem, as a number of industries in Gujarat is increasing. So these other cities, like the two most populated cities are Ankleshwar and Vapi. Among those, other cities are also included: Ahmedabad, Surat, and Vadodara. So on the verge of development, we have created adverse effects of pollution in our environment, and this will lead to very difficult situation in the future. So Central Statistical Organization under the Ministry of Statistics conducted an annual survey of industry uh, for the industrial sector at present. So they comprise almost 1,200 large industries and over 3,12,000 micro, small, and medium industries. And amongst them, 9,000 of them are the industries which are polluting environment to a very considerable extent. And in this, it has created serious effects on biotic and abiotic beings in our ecosystem. Hence, what ultimately happens is the constitutional and human rights of every citizens, individuals is affecting very considerably. As human rights, environment has become a third generation human right. To have a pure environment is our human right, but that is also depleting, and the rights of people are being violated. So so state of Gujarat thought that as we are developing, we should also have a initiative where we are protecting the environment as well. So restoration of the environment was considered as an important aspect by state of Gujarat. So this cities of Gujarat, be it Ankleshwar, Vapi, the area has become so polluted. I'll take you through the scenario of the cities. See, Vapi is one of the largest industrial complexes in Gujarat. Okay, it is developed by Gujarat Industrial Development Corporation, and it is spread over 11.4 kilometers, and it is home to 1,500 industries. About 70% of industries in Vapi are engaged in the manufacturing of chemicals, dyes, intermediary pigments, pesticides, and pharmaceuticals. Out of this, 600 units are manufacturing a wide range of chemicals for industrial and agricultural sectors. So this represents an investment of about 200 crores, and exports worth rupees 2,000 crores is the investment, and 200 crore per annum is the export which a city is making. So Vapi together with Daman, Sarigam, Silvassa form the largest cluster of SMEs in India. So Vapi GIDC was established in 1967, and till now the pollution level is so much that the air, most of the times the railway industry and the travelers have to lower down on their speed during night time, because the pollution in the air creates low visibility. The water around this area is also on the verge of depleting, and the few of the species have also depleted. It is also found that the respiratory disease amongst the local inhabitants in that city is too much. So this is how Vapi is uh, developing as well, and there are lots of health issues and other drawbacks behind the development. Now, going to Ankleshwar, which is also known as Golden Corridor, which has hundreds of small and medium factories, same manufacturing these fertilizers, dyes, paints, and all. So Ankleshwar town has a population of almost 78,000, whereas slum colonies has sprouted a lot. around 25,000 people living without basic amenities because the worker class is not taken care of. So ultimately, their right to health, right to clean, pure environment as a human being is also violated. Around 60,000 to 70,000 people get their daily bread by working in these industrial areas. So if we take a cursory look at Ankleshwar, it leaves us no doubt that, we feel that environmental standards does not exist at all in this city or what. So it has created such a big problem for the city because these industries, they have a common still, I mean, they have a preservation sort of uh, place for them in order to curb the pollution. It's like a common effluent treatment plant or the hazardous waste landfill either hide the transfer problems but did not eliminate any of the problems. It did not work. So ultimately, state of Gujarat had to take initiative. So state of Gujarat is the only state which has a climate change department, where government has specific department at the capital of the city, that is Gandhinagar. And to protect this, state is has brought up different policies also. I'll take you to the different initiatives and policies of the government. The first one is Gujarat, which is only state to have a solar policy. So the solar power generation is considered as one of the renewable and clean energy sources. Therefore, the state of Gujarat has been identified as a potential of large solar power generation within the state. And this has encouraged the local houses also to have a solar panels. Most of the houses here have a solar panels on their terraces, and then they use the energy produced from that solar, which is economical as well. And it is they don't even use the general electricity which is provided in the city. Then the the other initiative by the state of Gujarat is that it is the only state which has a biofuel policy. The salient features for this biofuel policy are: it discourages the food items to be used for the production of biofuels and rely upon the non-food items. Non-agricultural land would be promoted or permitted to be diverted for the production of biofuel raw materials. So the agricultural land will be protected. So this is the idea behind using the non-agricultural land. The pilot project on biofuel production used algae for CO2 recommended and for final outcome. So they use carbon dioxide so that the normal oxygen level is also maintained in the society. Next is initiative on common environmental infrastructure. So the industrial policy of 2009 of the state of Gujarat state government lays emphasis on including systematic approach among the industries for holistic development. That includes environment management as infrastructure. We considered environment as our infrastructure and we wanted to maintain it in a very proper way. So this policy provides for development for development of new industrial estate on triple P basis, that is public private partnership basis. So what happened in this, the pipe lighting is unique way of lighting which works on solar energy. So every industrial estate would have a lighting which would be all based on energy that will be generated through solar energy. Then home for next revolution in transport, solar panels components to be made in the state of Gujarat. So the solar panels were also promoted to be made in the state of Gujarat itself. Then demarcation of different zones, industrial area, commercial area, residential area, and silence zones in order to maintain the level of noise pollution under the noise pollution regulation and control rules. Then establishment of housing complexes around the CEPT and PSDF as per the Central Pollution Control Board guidelines. So we have always tried to abide by the Central Pollution Control Board guidelines as well in order to maintain the decorum of the society and to curb the pollution that is at an alarming stage. So I believe that state of Gujarat is doing good in order to develop also, and in order to protect the climate also. We also have lots of conventions in Gujarat regarding climate change, with the climate change department is conducting. The very idea behind all these things is that they want to make the industrialists, the small and medium enterprises, whoever have industries, to understand how important environment is, with in a, in a equivalent to our development as well. So we brought to a picture that development and climate are both equivalent. So both needs to be protected at a great stage. So I believe that in order to conclude my topic, I would say that anything that is over and above tolerance limit causes negative effect. So the state of Gujarat has woke up to a considerable extent. High values of sulfate indicate increased decomposition of plant and animal material done by autotrophic plant and incorporated into amino acids. So during summer seasons, the temperature which is going high, the rains at any point of time in our country, and extreme cold in the country, it's all because we have been uh, developing at a very unawakened stage. So now I believe in a state of Gujarat will come up with more policies in order to protect the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the presentation. Now, Professor Dr. Anurag Deep sir has joined us for the technical session as chair. Dr. Anurag Deep sir is currently serving as a professor in the Indian Law Institute, New York. He completed his legal education from BHU Varanasi with merit scholarships. He earned his PhD from Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Gorakhpur University on the theme of laws regulating terrorism and violation of human rights, with special reference to cyber terrorism. He started case law based method of teaching in Gorakhpur University by providing cases of the Supreme Court in Hindi medium for non-English medium students of rural area. Sir, welcome to the session, sir. So now we are presenter. The next presenter is Nia Susan Chali from School of Law, Christ University. Co-author is Harida Nair. The theme for the paper presentation, the topic for the presentation is an exploration into the economic and environmental manifestation of right to repair as consumer rights in India. Over to you.
Ma'am, am I audible? Ma'am, I'll be presenting the PPT on our behalf. So if I could have the permission to share the screen. Ma'am. Ma'am, I won't be able. Ma'am, I won't be able to present while you're displaying the poster of the conference. So if you could just, okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Now you can proceed.
Good morning, everyone. I, Nia Susan Chali, and my co-author Harita Nair will be making the presentation on the paper that we've co-authored, which is an exploration into the economic and environment manifestations of right to repair as a consumer right in India. So as the title suggests, It is an exploratory study, and our focus is to determine whether right to repair can help countries internationally as well as India in order to achieve the sustainability goals. So right to repair has a huge environmental implication in positive terms, but at the same time, it is often countered by the intellectual property rights argument by manufacturers by stating that by providing right to repair to independent service providers or to consumers, there is a huge threat to their intellectual property and hence loss in commercial value. Our research is completely doctrinal in nature, and hence we have involved the qualitative analysis of various journal articles that are available, as well as statutory provisions and conventions. So firstly, moving on to as to what right to repair is. Right to repair does not have a concrete definition yet in the Indian scenario. For the matter of fact, we don't have the right as of yet. But yet, taking from other jurisdictions, right to repair can be defined as a right that can be availed by consumers in order to exercise independently as to how they would like to repair their own products. They could choose to repair it on their own or to employ independent service providers. Basically, the right to repair enshrines the right within the consumer to not always go by the manufacturer's repairing services. Recently, in July, on July 14, 2022, there was a government press release in India stating that the government intends to introduce a right to repair as a consumer right in India, and it's exploring various possibilities for the same. The government has taken such a move because right to repair would be in line with the Atmanirbhar goals of the current government, as well as India is moving towards a lifestyle for the environment. In countries such as the UK and the US, and also in the European Union, right to repair has been recognized at least in rudimentary terms. The Eco Design Directive of 2009 in the EU, as well as the eco label programs, ensures that the manufacturers are to manufacture products in a way that throughout their lifestyle, throughout their life cycle, their lifestyle is adaptive to the environment needs. So, eco label is provided on a product. It is a voluntary scheme whereby consumers can choose whether to buy a product based on the eco label that is present on the product. So if there is an eco label, it means that the environment needs have been catered to. The Sale of Goods Directive of 2019 that has been issued ensures that the consumers have the availability of spare parts for no more number of years. This is very important because if the spare parts are not available and it's intentionally rolled out of manufacturing, then there is no way in which the consumers can engage in the right to repair. Further, the Eco Design for Energy Related Products and Energy Information Regulations of 2017, as implemented by the UK, prescribes a time period of 7 to 10 years for the manufacturers to ensure that the spare parts shall be made available. In the US, the Nixing the Fix report by the Federal Trade Commission clearly indicated that right to repair can have environmental benefits because it reduces the e-waste generation as well as it incentivizes consumers to choose repair over replacement, which simply means that the number of devices that we might be using right now can go down because we would simply exercise the right to repair rather than choosing to replace the device every time we have an issue with the device. Secondly, the executive order of 2021 by President Joe Biden urged the Federal Trade Commission in order to issue regulations with respect to right to repair so that it can become a reality really soon. The Freedom of Repair Act 2022 has been propounded in the in the current House of Representatives as a bill that it is mooted right now so that it is mooted right now so that it can seek implementation very soon. Now coming on to the environmental goals that can be achieved by introduction of the right to repair. Right to repair facilitates sustainable development goals in the way that it helps the consumer to choose repair over replacement. Because as of now, what is done is that there are exorbitant charges that are placed on repair services whereby consumers do not find a major difference between replacement and repair. So when they do the cost benefit analysis, they feel that it's beneficial to do replacement over repair. And because of the same, they choose replacement. Further, replacement and repair services are many a time monopolized by the manufacturer. Thereby, there is no competition in the market. For example, certain products under the label of Apple can be replaced and repaired only in their authorized service centers. Because of the same, they can actually price the spare parts really high, as well as the repair services too, whereby the consumer would choose replace over repair and the business ends up making more profit. Further, the techniques of planned obsolescence and technological obsolescence are also deployed by manufacturers. So, planned obsolescence is a technique whereby they limit the number of repairs at the time of manufacturing itself. So, it means that after a certain number of repairs, the device will refuse to function because of the way it is being manufactured. Secondly, the design aesthetics of the product is in such a way that it reduces the satisfaction of the consumers after a particular point of time. This would mean that irrespective of whether your product is functional to an adequate level and giving you quality performance, but still you would choose to replace the product over repair because you're just dissatisfied by the product. And this might not be a voluntary choice because the product is designed so to function in such a manner. Thirdly, technological obsolescence is a technique by which devices are being intentionally slowed down by the way of mandatory software updates and installations. This means that you might be required to do some mandated software updates, and when such software updates are being installed, there might be bugs that is actually slowing down your device. An example can be cited in the form of the Apple's Error 53 scandal, whereby it was in which it was found that consumers who repaired their Apple products to from independent service providers saw that the data and images got automatically erased or corrupted. This was because of because of an update that was installed by Apple, so as to disincentivize consumers from getting their products repaired from not Apple authorized dealers. Right to repair also has implications on health issues because as of now, because of the increasing e-waste generation, there is a problem of bioaccumulation because the e-waste as well as the chemicals released from the same causes waste to accumulate over the biological food chain levels. That is from the environment to the animals and then finally to human beings. And the quantity and the deteriorating effects keeps on increasing as we go above the food chain. The presence of lead can lead to harmful neurocognitive as well as behavioral defects, as it is evident from various scientific studies that have been cited in the paper. Moving on, it can be seen that the e-waste generation in India has been constantly on the rise from 2017, taking the past 3-year period from 2017 to 2020. And if it is, if the bar graph could be scrutinized, it can be evident that from 2019 to 2020, there has been a 32% increase in the level of e-waste generation. This is extremely harmful as e-waste generation has sustainability implications as well as climate change implications, and it leaves larger amount of carbon footprint by the present generation. Because of the same, we are exhausting the Earth's assimilative capacity that it would otherwise have had. Now, my co-author Harita Nair would continue with the presentation.
Am I audible? So in relation to what my co-author stated, one of the primary traits of a good paper is that you should have a counter argument to the main crux of your argument. In this present scenario, we present the most compelling and the popular arguments that is based against right to repair, and the primary one being violation of IPR rights of the companies issuing such products. Now, in order to impart such kind of technical information to enhance the right of repair, it is empirical information regarding the technicalities and the operational elements of the product. It is contended that this promotes tinkering. Now, it is essential to understand what tinkering means in this context. Now, tinkering means the composition, altering the composition of the structure or the script of the software, which leads to IPR violations of companies. Now, here it is important that not all kinds of tinkering or all kinds of restructuring of a product or of a software can be counted as an IPR violation. And this is exactly why, in the case of McIlroy versus Medipark Incorporation, the American judiciary had enunciated that the concept of repair is different from the concept of reconstruction. Now, repair amounts to minor changes in the product to enhance the lifespan of the product, which is not counted as an IPR violation. While on the other hand, restructuring of the product, which means altering the entire essence of the product in itself, would amount to an IPR violation, which can be claimed by the huge corporations. Now, even following these footsteps, even the Indian judiciary has gone ahead and recognized the right to repair under the consumer rights. One of the significant judgments made by the Indian courts is that any contractual restrictions that obstruct the consumer's rights after the sale of goods cannot be enforceable in any court of law. So by preventing after sale services or repairs to the product, the companies are thereby violating the consumer rights through such kind of practices. And there is a huge need and an imperative need to curb such kind of practices that monopolize the aftermarkets, thereby promoting anti-cooperative practices. This is essential to promote and protect the rights of consumers, which have been much fought for. Further moving on, the paper also focuses and lists down certain suggestions that can be incorporated in the Indian policy. India is in an advantageous position, considering the fact that across various jurisdictions, right to repair has been incorporated, even if it is at that nascent stage. Now, in the paper, we propose a fourfold approach to protecting the right to repair in the incorporating and protecting the right to repair in the Indian legal framework. First one being penalizing exploitative practices like the monopolization of after service markets, introducing a mechanism similar to that of the French repairability index, in which the consumers will be able to view the order of ranking in which the products can be repaired before purchasing the same. Thirdly, protective laws by incorporating the right to repair as a formal right under the Consumer Protection Act 2019 in the country. And lastly, regulating independent repair and laying down guidelines and provisions for regulation of such kind of third-party repair shops, which may undertake such kind of repair works once right to repair has been recognized within the framework. Now over to my co-author for concluding the presentation.
So the approach that we have suggested in the paper is seeking to strike a balance between the economical and environmental needs. And it is also aiming at breaking the myth that there shall be definitely an intellectual property right violation if independent repairs are put in place in the current regime. So our suggestions are based on Herman Daly's requirement of the plimsoll line of the earth, where he goes on to say that when the earth has a particular assimilative capacity, and that is its plimsoll line. So if we try to go overboard and try to take more out of the earth or emit more waste into the earth, we are going above its plimsoll line and thereby reducing its assimilative capacity. This is against the whole conundrum of sustainable development that we are trying to solve. And therefore, our paper is trying to strike a balance between the economic and environmental jurisprudence, weighing the environmental considerations more, because we are seeking to look out for the future generations also. Hoping that you all enjoyed our presentation. Thank you.
It was a good presentation and a good informative session. So moving on to the next paper, and it is going to be presented by Dr. Monica Bharadwaj, Assistant Professor, Law School, University of Jammu. The paper for presentation is Technological Development and Climate Change, Present Scenario with special reference to Jammu and Kashmir. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good morning to the respected panel and all the participants.
Myself, Dr. Monica Bhardwaj, Assistant Professor, the Law School, University of Jammu. And I'm really grateful to IPM Academy for providing me an opportunity to present my paper in this international conference. And the title of my paper is Technological Development and Climate Change, Present Scenario with Special Reference to Jammu and Kashmir. Now, this paper of mine, it highlights the alarming fluctuation in climate change due to technological development, deforestation, vehicular pollution, then industrial pollution, urbanization in India, with special reference to JNK. Beside this paper highlights various policies and plans, including the 11 national missions, including this sustainable energy mission, tourism, health, disaster management mission, extra. Now, all of us are well aware that today major change our planet Earth is facing is the climate change, and that is due to the technological development and its impact on the environment. This is an all-inclusive threat posing to human health, environment, economic, social, and political challenges for years, and obviously likely to affect adversely the poor society at large, who have no contribution in major these causes, which is responsible for the climate change. Likewise, without addressing climate change issues, much development policies and practices will be failed. And recently, COVID-19 pandemic, it depicts the interconnectedness between the planetary health and the climate change due to anthropogenic activities. We can see that long-term threats to climate change and environment, all these are a result of degradation of environment, deforestation, then destruction of nature, just to satisfy the human greed towards the development. Now, what do you mean by this technology? What does technology mean? Technology means application of scientific knowledge for practical purposes, which results in developed machinery and devices. And no doubt, purposes which result in developed purposes, the industrial revolution brought forth are exceptional gains in this financial prosperity. But at the same time, rapid industrialization, it left in its wake darkened skies even at the noon time, noisy and unsafe machinery. Then water pollution is there, noise pollution is there, air pollution is there, and severely compromised living conditions are there. Now, the alarming hooter of this climate change have already been heard in every corner of planet Earth, and we can see indication of climate change by various evidences like rising sea level, then erratic precipitation, then rise in global temperature, extreme events like cloudburst, recently which take place at this Amarnath cave and at the district of this Kishtwar JNK. Now, rise in temperature is there, ocean acidification is there. In order to tackle with these kinds of issues, the Jammu and Kashmir State Action Plan on Climate Change draft various policies, keeping in view the vulnerabilities of locals. The plans outline the 11 national missions beside the other missions which are there, which is already there. And these 11 missions include sustainable energy mission, then a national mission for enhanced energy efficiency, then national mission on sustainable habitat, then tourism, health, then a national water mission, then Green India mission, national mission for sustainable Himalayan ecosystem, national mission for sustainable agriculture, disaster management mission, and national mission on strategic knowledge for climate change. So we can say that environment issues are global issues, and it always represented by the individuals, groups, as well as by these organizations from enterprises to the grassroots. So there should be a proper management of natural resources by adopting just and sustainable ways to mitigate the issues regarding the climate change. And at the same time, technology development should be there, but not at the cost of the environment and vice versa. And in case of confliction between the technology and environment protection, it's the environment protection which shall prevail. And we have lots of judgments by Supreme Court in this regard. And the landmark judgment is the Doon Valley case, which is also known as the RLE Kendra entitlement case. So, beside this, the participation of indigenous people and locals in governance of environment at the local levels and drawing from their knowledge not only enhances their quality of life, but also strengthen the conservation effort. So this is all about my paper. Thank you. Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for this wonderful knowledge sharing. So the next presenter is Miss Vanshika Sarai, student, Jyoti Vidya Woman, University, Jaipur. Over to you. Vanshika. I think she is not able to connect, so we are moving to the next presenter. So the next presenter is Ms. Abhirami G. Nair, student from Bharat Mata School of Legal Studies, Ernakulam. Over to you.
Is it audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
I want to share my PPT also.
Yeah, you can share.
Okay. Can you see, ma'am? Okay.
Yeah, yes.
Good morning to all. I introduce myself. I am Advocate Abhirami G. Nair from Kerala. Currently, I am doing LLM at Commercial Law at Bharat Mata School of Legal Studies, Ernakulam, Kerala. And so I am lucky to have a part of this conference. And I am really thankful to Megha ma'am for giving me such an opportunity for this to attend. And I am really passionate about law, and I am always looking for new ways to learn and improve my skills. And I am also a firm believer of artwork. And today I am here to present a topic on international trade and environmental protection. And these are the topics I am going to deal with. And before moving on to my topic, I would like to give an introduction about international trade and environmental protection. And one of the famous quote by Adam Wolf, the World Trade Organization's Deputy Director General, and he said that the clean energy transition that is currently taking place could gain more speed if trade restrictions for green products and are removed. And when it comes to preserving the environment and attempting to slow down climate change, international trade is essential, and claims that trade policies are effective tools for boosting resource efficiency and expanding investment in secure and resilient infrastructure and speeding up climate-friendly innovation. And additionally, they reveal the USD 26 trillion in market potential that would arise from the action by 2030. And the International Trade Center claims that raising consumer demand for goods made for sustainably obtained natural resources is also being driven by a growing concern about environmental challenges on a worldwide scale. And also the trade also has a positive impact on the environment by reducing positive pesticide usage and preserving forests, storing carbon in soils and timber, and increasing biodiversity. And the convention in international trade is endangered species of world fauna and flora, which regulates trade in wildlife and attempts to ensure that the survival of endangered species of wild animals and plants is not threatened. And these are the multiple appendices that list various species and the rules governing their trading. And the study is based on the assumption that trade and the environment should work together to promote sustainable development and in turn increase human welfare, because both are significant areas of policy and lawmaking that strive to benefit humanity. And as a result, the international law must be seen as having a compelling interest in finding ways to balance commerce and environmental concerns on a global level. And next, moving on to the emergence and evolution. And since the 1970s, when the global environmental movement began to gain significant traction, and there have been concerns on a global scale about how economic expansion may affect the environment. And limits to expansion, a report by the Club of Rome was one of the first to raise concerns about the sustainability of economic growth. And since trade is regarded as a key factor behind economic expansion, and it was also suggested that it might have a determinant effect, and concern over the effects of trade on the environment was raised in 1972 at the UN Conference on the Human Environment. And however, this group remained dormant for the following 20 years, up until the point when the trade environment argued that the global scale. And this is the diagrammatic view of trade and the environment. And since free trade is based on the theory of comparative advantage, and which states that trade enables a country to specialize in the production of goods and services in which it is relatively most efficient. Increased international trade or to theoretically have a positive impact on the environment. And in other words, a significant portion of the relationship between the trade and the environment fits into the paradigm known as critique of economic growth, wherein trade has a role to play to the extent that it is anticipated to foster growth. And this includes the debate over whether trade liberalization effects on growth primarily and lead to an expansion of the economic subsystem at the expense of the economic subsystem by increasing the demand for resource and the capacity of the Earth's ecosystem to absorb pollution, or whether this is outweighed by the opposite effect of raising incomes, freeing up more money for environmental protection. And here one question arises that does global trade have a determinant impact on the environment? And this section aims to answer that issue. And the next, moving on to the trade and environmental conceptual issues. And the trade and environmental issues can be divided into two broad categories. And the first is the impact of changes in trading rules and liberalization on the environment. And the second one is the impact of changes in environmental regulations on international trade prospectus. And let's moving on to the trade's impacts on the environment. And the first one is trade's direct effects. And this speak to the consequences of the increasing transit needed for trading products as well as the types of goods that are traded. And the second one is, and the next is the transfer of traded goods. The transporting commodities issue intermediate consequences of trade, and transport will expand as a result of trade liberalization, aggravating the environmental harm. And these activities cause potentially harmful environmental effects of transportation, include increased energy consumption, enhanced air pollution from burning fossil fuels for transportation, and contamination of ports, and the potential for hazardous spills and route. And this is a summary of how trade liberalization has affected transportation. And the next is indirect consequences. And these are the wider repercussions of the items relocation and environmental effects of economic integration depend on the interrelated factors. And the first is a composition effect. The second one is a sale effect, and the third one is a technical effect. And according to economic theory models on trade and the environment, the first is the consumption and impact, and the second one is the sale impact, and the third one is the technical impact, and the fourth one is the hypothesis EKC. And so I am not going into detail about all this. And next, I am moving on to the environment and trade agreements, and what organizations and regulations can effectively strike a balance between the objectives of environmental preservation and trade benefits. And numerous strategies have been put out, some of which are substantially different from the traditional free trade model. And these methods consist of the first one is World Trade Organization strategy, and the second one is the approach of the North American Free Trade Agreement, and the third one is the method of the European Union, and the fourth one is the multilateral environmental agreements. And these are the environment and the trade agreements. And so I'm not going into detail about all this because of the time schedule. And these are the case laws which are referred in my topic, international trade and environmental protection. And the first case is tuna dolphin case, and these are the core case laws. And so I conclude here by saying that the trade and environment nexus remains a controversial and challenging issue on the international trade agenda. And this is because the protagonist, well as liberalization has been explored in times past as health creation mechanisms, as the exploitation of natural resources, and the nature has therefore been seen as a significant resource which should not be perpetually progress as being made in identifying the circumstances in which international trade and environmental protection can be measured, but several areas of contention and conflict remain. And at the national plane, the combined efforts of the National Environment Regulations Enforcement Agency is not unnotified, but more work is required in the area of its enforcement mechanism and environmental regulations with trade enhancement. And so thank you for the patient listening. And these are the references about my topic. And so I am thank you to everyone.
Thank you, Abhinami, for a wonderful presentation on the impact of international trade on environment. So now we are going to the next presenter. So the presenter is Dr. Rajesh Kumar Dev, and the topic of his presentation is environmental jurisprudence. So over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. My topic is environmental jurisprudence. This topic is environmental jurisprudence includes provisions. How is the environmental law is today came into existence? Let me know you this that the national conventions are the main points.
Dr. Rajesh ji, there is some problem. I am not able to. Many of us are not able to hear. And can you make a video setting, correct video setting? Your complete face is also not correct. हाँ ठीक है, थोड़ा सा और ऊपर कर लीजिए. Right. और ये पीछे कोई बात नहीं. पीछे से आवाज क्यों आ रही है इतनी? कैसी आवाज आ रही है?
Nobody is there. Nobody.
पीछे आवाज आ रही है लगातार. आपकी आवाज नहीं हो रही है.
Nobody is speaking. Shall I start now, sir?
डिस्टर्बेंस आ रहा है इसमें, उसमें आपको मार्क्स नहीं दे रही है अभी। हाँ हाँ हाँ, अब ये ठीक हुआ है लग रहा, अब आप बोल सकते हैं, ठीक है। चलिए बताइए, बोलिए। अब ये राजेश जी, अभी आवाज शांत हो गई, अब आप बोल सकते हैं। आप अनम्यूट करिए, देखिए फिर से आवाज आ रही हो, इसका मतलब है आपके एंगल से कुछ प्रॉब्लम है। आप अनम्यूट करिए अपने को। राजेश जी अनम्यूट करिए अपने आप को आप। हाँ ठीक है, ये ठीक है। थोड़ा
थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू सो मच।
हाँ, थोड़ा थोड़ा आपको जोर से बोलना।
एनवायरमेंटल जूरिस्प्रूडेंस,
जी जी
इंटरनेशनल पर्सपेक्टिव्स।
जी जी।
In my this paper, I have covered the jurisprudence of the origin of the environmental law. The environmental laws have originated by way of conventions. Different conventions are there. Most importantly, that is the Stockholm Conference, 1972. This is very important conference, and I have covered in my paper what is the sustainable development and what are the different provisions in the Indian Constitution which contains provisions regarding the protection of the environment. Let me know one thing: sustainable development is the fulfillment of the fundamental requirements of all the members of the society. It provides the opportunity to everyone to satisfy their aspirations for a better life. There should be development in a society, but not at the cost of the ruining of the environment. Sustainable development is the need of the present world. We live in a society in which development is recognized in terms of economic development and growth in the scenario of urbanization. The commitment of sustainable development can only be attained if the significant policy decisions are revised with clear priorities in terms of urbanizations and economic growth. The transformation should be within ecological limits. Ethical obligations should be covered by the process of the environmental lawmaking. Both biotic and abiotic components are constituent parts of the environment. Environment includes plants, animals, water, and soil. Land and these components are interdependent and interconnected for their survival. Emission of greenhouse gases, which is generated by human activities, is an example of their interdependency. Greenhouses and cause of change in the climate, because of which there is extreme drought, flood, excessive rain. It also causes disturbance of level of sea. A healthy and good environment creates a healthy environment, which is essential for healthy life for everyone. A good and healthy life is provided by clean environment. The provisions relating to clean environment are there in section 48A of the Constitution of India. It should also consider human interest. Now, let me know you one thing, that these provisions of the environment protection have been generated with the help of the human rights. These are the human rights which are responsible for originating the provisions relating to the environmental laws. Environmental laws are the results of the conventions, treaties, specifically the Convention of Stockholm, which was recognized in 1972. A healthy and good environment creates a healthy environment, which is essential for healthy life. This specific statement has been incorporated in Article 48 of the Constitution of India. Now, let me show you some of the parts of my paper. I have covered in my paper sustainable development, environment, and economic development, poverty and sustainable development, origin of the environmental laws. And besides this, I have covered environmental law in the light of human rights aspects. I shall not cover all the things here because it will take a lot of time. Now I shall just give the conclusion which I have given in my paper. Law protects all things which are honor of the rights. The concept of ecocentric idea does not give right to environment. It only imposes duty to safeguard intrinsic values. The idea of anthropocentric concept provides for the survival of human beings on this planet Earth. The right to environment took birth at the time of Stockholm Conference, as I have already discussed. According to this conference, environmental laws have been created by human rights. This has also been discussed by me. All the laws, whether statutory or made by courts, must support the principles of
I'm
safety.
extremely grateful
Thank
to
you.
the
Thank you.
principal ma'am, Dr. Meenakshi Tomar of IPM Law Academy, and all the staff members of the college for providing all the required resources for the successful completion of this.
That's the end of the session one. So we are asked Dr. Anurag sir, whether you have any suggestion on this.
आपकी आवाज बहुत साफ नहीं आ रही है, आप थोड़ा सा आपको जोर से बोलना पड़ेगा.
Sir, I was asking about any suggestions from your behalf.
Okay. Means you want my comments on the presentation?
Yes, sir. For
Okay.
the presentation as well as the topic they have covered, anything to add or not?
Yes, understand. Are there any other experts also like me who can comment?
There is Raj Kumar, advocate, National Green Tribunal.
Okay. So I think the person from Green Tribunal is more competent than me. लेकिन ठीक है. So I'm happy to be a part of this international conference, and I congratulate all presenters. No presentation is perfect presentation. Even if best of the authors, best of the researchers present a paper, and that presentation will have various strengths and certain weaknesses. So is in this case, but it is many of you, I saw that right from LLB students to learned faculty members have presented, and I congratulate everyone. Now, in a research paper, what is significant is how to select a research topic. And I think many of you know this, but that needs a deeper understanding. It is a part of research methodology, how to select a research topic. And therefore, I have delivered a few lectures on research methodology and how to select a research topic. And I will just post a YouTube link of that I delivered in Delhi University among PhD scholars for you. So in the leisure time, you can go through that. What are the criteria? What can be the criteria of a criteria that how to select a research topic? Based on these presentations, I can make 2-3 comments. Number one, that the topic should be narrow, not very wide, because you are presenting in a conference, and if you develop it as a paper, it will maybe 10 pages or maybe 20 pages. It is not like a PhD thesis. So if the topic is narrow, then the research work is good. If the topic is very wide, then the research work would be research work, but then the outcome would be little doubtful. So my first suggestion to everyone is that the topic should be narrow. There are many things which are significant to your topic. You can keep only one part of that work, and the next part can be secured for any other conference. Second point that I wish to say is that in an online presentation, especially online presentation, the eye-to-eye contact and heart-to-heart talk means little remote than the offline presentation. So a PowerPoint presentation is better way to develop more concentration of the audience. So if it is an online presentation, try to keep a PPT presentation. So this is my second suggestion, and it will connect with the audience and the experts in a far better fashion, and it will be little more organized also. But when you make a PPT presentation, this is my third suggestion, that when you make a PPT presentation, then please make it short and maybe short and legible. Do not use the complete sentences unless you are going to quote certain thing, like a section you are going to quote, a section of a law, provision of a law you're going to quote, or a court judgment, or the author's opinion, some learned expert's opinion you are going to quote. There is no need to give the complete paragraph which you have taken from somewhere. So just give pointers in the PowerPoint presentation. So maybe it should be large, but not the whole sentence should be used. Maybe horizontally it can be 7-8 words, and vertically it can be 6-7 lines. So ऊपर आपने 5-6 वर्ड्स लिखे और नीचे आपने 6-7 लाइन लिखी. 12-13 लाइन नहीं होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि पीपीटी प्रेजेंटेशन का अपना एक डिकोरम है, उसको हमको मेंटेन करना चाहिए. My fourth suggestion is that when you try to conclude, then in 30 seconds give summary of what you have presented. So there is a recap. So suppose your expert or maybe the audience has missed certain point. So in the 30 seconds, he can understand that you can say that my presentation was in three part or 4 part. In first part, I dealt with this. In second part, I dealt with this. And third part, I dealt with this. And this is the concluding part. This is my fourth suggestion. So I will come to the fifth suggestion, which I think is the most important. But just to again remind everyone that it should be, the topic should be narrow. Don't make very broad topic. And then when you take this broad topic, there are various problems. Second, a PPT presentation in online mode is better. Then third, how to make this PPT presentation, and how many words, how many sentences should be there. This is my third. And fourth, that conclusion, in the conclusion, when you come, you make a recap of that, but not too much, because you have already given the points. So this is the fourth point. Fifth point is that convey the audience what is your own original contribution. What is an original contribution? Original contribution is not like something, some theory that you have propounded. No, not like that. It is not always easy that you propound a theory like Jeremy Bentham or Austin or Panini or Manu or maybe Gargi or Maitreyi. No. If you can do that is good, but it is not always possible, especially at the early stage. So original contribution means something which is not there in public domain. No one has said like that. So for example, you have read a Supreme Court judgment. Suppose you have read Subhash Kumar versus State of Bihar, which is again an environmental law judgment on right to clean drinking water. So the judgment is already there, public domain. But when you study the judgment, you find the facts and you keep the facts at one side. And then what are the arguments? You keep all the arguments on other side. So when you are making the arguments, you find, are there certain arguments which are jurisprudential arguments? Are there certain arguments which touch upon constitutional philosophy? Are there certain arguments which touch upon human rights? Because see, you have to make a distinction between fundamental right and human right in context of environmental law. We all know that in context of environmental law, there are a lot of things which are human right, but they are not fundamental right. So this is third, that if you are making an original contribution, what is the constitutional philosophy, how human rights jurisprudence comes in? Then do you have your own opinion? Some opinions should be there. You may agree with the judgment, you may not agree with the judgment, but give your opinion. So original contribution, what is your original contribution? Something that no one has said, no one has written that. That is the original contribution. And finally, I would say that the researchers should focus more on the implementation and enforcement aspect rather than on the substantive law aspect. Substantive law aspect, we have done a lot of work in last maybe 50 years, 30 years. And many people are doing on substantive law aspect. I'm not telling the substantive law aspect is not significant. That is significant. But let us start focusing on the enforcement aspect, that how is the law being enforced. So this is my general suggestion to everyone. You can connect with me on this my YouTube channel, which I have sent to you. You can also connect with me on my mail ID, which is easily available on the ILI website. Thank you, IPEM Institute, for keeping me in for this international conference, and I was able to interact with and hear the young brain and learned faculty members right from Kerala to Jammu. If any of you want to ask anything on my comments, any agreement, disagreement, how to do, what to do, you are most welcome. Special thanks to Rajesh ji, who has connected with me, and I found in him a great potential to lead the institute with the help of their owner, their dean, their vice chancellor, their head of the departments, their registrar, sir. So thank you again, Rajesh ji. Your comments, your questions on my comment are welcome.
Thank you, sir. Sir, your input was very enlightening, and everyone can follow these rules from their next presentations. Sir Rajkumar, sir, any suggestions from your part? Okay, so now we are winding up the session 1 and moving on to the session 2. I welcome everyone to session 2. The theme of this session is Green Consumerism, a path to sustainability, issues and implications. So this session will be chaired by Dr. Ikramuddin, Associate Professor, Jamia Millia Islamia, and Chola Raja M, Assistant Professor, Delhi University. I would firstly like to invite the first presenter, that is Dr. Rama Singh Roy. She is the Center Head Institute of IOTA Study Center. I welcome you, ma'am.
Greetings for the day. Good noon all. I am extremely grateful for the principal ma'am, Dr. Meenakshi Tomar of IPM Law Academy, and all the staff members of the college for providing all the required resources for successful completion of my papers. My heartiest congratulations to my session in charge, Ms. Shilpi Tyagi, Ms. Megha, Meenakshi, and for their valuable suggestion and guidance. I express my thanks to Dr. Ikramuddin, Associate Professor, Jamia Millia Islamia, and Chola Raza M, Assistant Professor, Delhi University. I express my thanks to all staff members and the friends for all the help and coordination extended in bringing out the this seminar successfully in time. Last but not least, I'm very much thankful to my parents, family, and my husband, who has guided me in every step which I took, even because the situation in my home is critical. My father-in-law is not well, but still I'm participating in this contest just because of them. I would like to start with the concept of environment has evolved since it started to become, since it started to become a global issue in early 1970s. The Earth's ecosystem are in the fast fragile, and that human beings have been contributing much to its degeneration. Only the sustainable practice support ecological, human, and economic health vitality. Our aim of life is regular growth and progress. It doesn't mean to destroy existing resources to retrieve our own profit. We should use in a limit, includes without compromising the needs of future generation. We need to maintain a balance between economic growth, environmental care, and social well-being. Today, we are adopting many ways using technology that can help the environment, like solar glass. The concept of solar glass is that the glass would generate electricity. And similarly, the smart homes have the able to reduce consumption of energy bill as well as carbon footprints of homes. And many of the smart appliances, gadgets are designed to use only the optimum amount of energy. Many companies, those who are manufacturing gadgets, they have committed to reduce carbon emission per part. So the climate change, we are committed to making, sorry, I forgot to include the share that.
Hello.
I just want to share it. I forgot to share it. So we are so the many big companies, those who have committed to produce the products in the consumption of products with carbon neutral products. Carbon neutral products are the products whose carbon dioxide emission related to its production have been calculated and compensated by a carbon offset projects. Similarly, what the conclusion we have adopted by using reduction in mobile gadget and all these ways, the conclusion is that sustainable development brings out the stability in the requirement of the environment. It makes the resources available for the use of future generations. Sustainable development is an amazing way to conserve the resources providing by nature. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, moving forward, the next participant is Dr. Sanjay Kumar Dwivedi, Principal, MGKP College of Law, Makanpur, Barabad, UP. The topic of his presentation is Sustainable Development for Sustainable Future. Dr. Sanjay Kumar Dwivedi, are you? So we are moving forward to the next presenter, that is Ms. Sonam Parashar, Research Scholar, Department of Law, University of Jammu. The topic of her presentation is Biomedical Waste Management and its impact on human health.
A very good morning to all of you. I'm Sonam Parashar from Department of Law, Jammu University. The title of my study is Biomedical Waste Management and its Impact on the Human Health, Legal Aspects and Processes. I must now share my screen of PPT. Ma'am, other participant is already sharing the screen. I am not able to share my screen. Sorry, ma'am, I'm not able to share my PPT.
I think now you will be able to share your PPT.
Yes, now might be the screen is coming, please.
Yes, I'm able to share, but I'm not able to start the PPT. So the topic of my study is biomedical waste management and its impact on the human health. And its impact on human health, legal aspects and processes. This study reviews the impact of biomedical waste on human health. Major legislations that deals with biomedical waste is the Environment Protection Act 1998 and Biomedical Waste Management and Handling Rules 1998. Biomedical waste management includes waste generated from healthcare facilities. We all know healthcare facilities protect and restore health and save lives, but the waste and byproducts they generate are much more hazardous to human health. This waste, when not managed properly by these institutions, can cause serious exposure to health hazards. It is a matter of concern that of the total amount of waste generated by healthcare activities, about 85% is general, non-hazardous waste. The remaining 15% is considered hazardous material that may be infectious, chemical, or radioactive. Biomedical waste is any kind of waste containing infectious material. It may also include waste associated with the generation of biomedical waste that visually appears to be of medical or laboratory origin. For example, packaging, unused bandages, infusions, kits, etc. Biomedical waste may be solid or liquid. Examples of infectious waste include discarded blood, body parts including those as a result of amputation, other human or animal tissue, used bandages and dressing, discarded gloves, other medical supplies that may have been in contact with blood and other fluids, and laboratory waste that exhibits the characteristics described above. Biomedical waste contains potential infectious and harmful materials that can inflict undue harm on the hospital staff, patient, healthcare workers, doctors, and even visitors who are accompanying a patient. Other than that, biomedical waste may also contain potential hazards like drug-resistant microorganisms, which may spread in the surrounding environment. One of the leading cases regarding biomedical waste is BL Vadera versus Union of India. It is an important case relating to biomedical waste, and it lays down directives for collection, handling, and disposal of biomedical waste. While dealing with biomedical waste, National Environment Policy 2006 is also taken into consideration. National Green Tribunal Act 2010 also created alternative institutional mechanisms in the form of Green Tribunal. If we look through the constitutional perspective, Article 48A and Article 51G provides for protection and improvement of environment. Environment Protection Act 1986 is the parent legislation dealing with waste management. It consists of 26 sections divided into 4 chapters. Act was enacted under the provision of Article 253 of the Indian Constitution. The Ministry of Environment and Forest, in the exercise of their power conferred under Section 3, 6, and 25 of the Environment Protection Act 1986, has notified parent rule called Biomedical Waste Management Handling and Rules Handling Rules 1998. These rules consist of 13 rules and 2 schedules. With due course of time, there are various amendments that took place in these rules. After latest amendment, it consists of 18 rules, 4 schedules, and 5 forms. These rules apply to all persons who generate, collect, receive, store, transport, treat, dispose, or handle biomedical waste in any form. But this is not applicable on radioactive waste, hazardous chemicals, solid waste, lead acid batteries, hazardous waste, e-waste, hazardous microorganisms, and genetically engineered microorganisms. This is an illustration showing the segregation of biomedical waste according to Biomedical Waste Management Rules 2019. And these are the ways of treatment of biomedical waste. These are the legislation dealing with biomedical waste. While concluding, I would say the proper biomedical waste management system will lead to the better environment and the control of spread of disease in the environment. This will help control spread of diseases and not spread diseases to humans. Keeping these valuable factors in mind, hospitals must follow the legal rules. Thank you so much.
Sonam, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible.
Yeah, Sonam, actually, what are your findings actually through your research? Can you explain here what you want to give through your research? Because in what way that has an impact on the human life as such, that's dangerous, etc. As you are saying, we have already certain laws on that point. Would you suggest
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
point? Or you see that there are certain problem in implementation that laws which are already in existence? What you say here?
Yes, sir. Sir, in my paper, I have elaborately discussed the various lacunas that are there in the laws, that few of the biomedical waste are not being followed, and with coming like COVID situation, in the COVID situation, there must be various amendments in these biomedical rules so that we can apply these rules more properly to handle those biomedical waste and to dispose them properly. So these are the probable harms associated with the biomedical waste, like injuries inflicted by sharp objects, toxic exposures. And sir, these are the effect of biomedical waste on the environment. That is segregation of biomedical waste, improper segregation, disposal of biomedical waste. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, according to you, there is a problem in implementation of already existing laws.
Yes,
okay.
Sir. Yes,
okay.
sir. So
Okay,
in my research paper, I'll be suggesting the proper ways of implementation and the lacunas.
Okay, okay. Thanks, Sonam, for
Thank you
your
so much,
presentation. Yeah, next presenter, please.
Mr. Saurabh Kumar, student, Department of Law, Central University of Haryana, India, is going to present on environmental challenges vis-a-vis sustainability. Mr. Saurabh Kumar, are you there in the meeting? So we are moving forward to the next presenter, that is Ms. Priyanka Vanjlekar, Assistant Professor, Mewar University, Rajasthan. She is going to present on green consumerism, a path to sustainability. Ms. Priyanka, ma'am. The next presenter is Ms. Sudeshna, Assistant Professor, Institute of Legal Studies, TCS University, Meerut. She is going to present on climate change and environment sustainable livelihood and human rights.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
You're audible, ma'am.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, yes. Good morning, good afternoon, all respected dignitaries. First of all, I have thanks all members of this international seminar who have given me this opportunity. Okay, ma'am. My topic is climate change and environment, sustainable livelihood and life, human rights. The environment and health consequence of climate change, which effect of the human being life. These environment and health consequence, they are in civil and political rights and economic, social and cultural rights, right to food, water, health, security, shelter, and culture. Sorry, sir. Right. On international, national, or local level, those peoples who are most vulnerable to the adverse environment and health consequence of climate change. These effects of poor peoples, women, children, is a global issue. Global warming and climate change are greatest matter and they are affect to the human beings and whole ecosystems, agriculture's livelihood, sustainable management, and natural sources of climate change. Are either independent. There are the basic concept of protection of environment and also protection of humanity. The basic requirement of human being are good health, good food, fresh air, and fresh water, housing, and fresh environment. It depends upon the climate and state provide the protection from the climate change. The Intergovernment Panel of Climate Change has confirmed that the climate change is real. It is primary cause for the destructions for the environment. There are so many identities like population explorations, our over industrializations, unplanned urbanization, coal burning, thermal power generations, poverty, deforestation. Human beings, social, natural, physical, and economic assets of sustainable livelihood are threatened by the effect of climate change. The climate change is the main issue in the 19th century at present scenario. Climate change is properly recognized to have major implementation of food security and livelihood. There are some definition I have defined in this paper, like as environment. All living things that live to earth, it comes under the environment. Living things, land, water, air, sunlight, and plants, animals are also part of the environment. Environment is the sources of natural beauty, and it is necessary for maintaining physical and mental health. It is connected with air, water, forest, living things, and trees also. Next, ecological definition of environment. It is surrounding of an organism include the physical and chemical environment and other organisms with which with it comes into the contact. And next, the kinds of environment, like as geographical environment, man-made environment, adaptation. Adaptation means anticipating the adverse effect of climate change and taking appropriate action to prevent or minimize the damage they can cause or take advantage of the climate. Now is climate change. What is the climate change? Climate change is a long stage change the average weather patterns that have comes to define Earth's local, region, and global climates. In other words, climate change is a long-term shift in temperature and weather patterns. These shifts may be nature. Climate change means a change of climate directly or indirectly effect of the human being activity. Next, the sustainable development. Sustainable development means what types of development can take place with can be sustained by the nature or ecological without mitigation. Now is protection of life and personal liberty. Our constitution said that no person shall be deprived of his life or personal liberty except according to the protection procedure established by law. There are some cases I have defined in this paper. National Human Rights Commission versus State of Arunachal Pradesh. In this case, what is the decide what the meaning of life? Life means all person have rights to life. It is a fundamental right. The right to life, which is the most fundamental of all, but it is not. It is difficult to define. Certainly, it can't be confined to a guarantee against taking away of life. It must have a wider application. It has been in fifth or 14th amendment of the USA Constitution, which says that nobody shall be deprived of his life, liberty, and property without due process of law. Next case, Menka Gandhi, Justice Bhagwati said that establish and the requirement of reasonable means the procedure in the Article 21 through Article 14. In this case, some judges have read such requirement in Article 21 itself, and particularly in the word of law comes from judges have read such requirements. The
There must be some network issue on your end. We are unable to connect with you.
Deshna is not audible properly. So is it a problem from her side or everyone is facing the same problem? Or is it
No, it
with
is a problem from her side, maybe, sir, because everyone is audible. Except her.
That speaker voice is not audible.
Hello.
yeah,
Hello.
that's unable to listen, no?
Hello.
Yes, please, ma'am.
I'm audible. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah. Now,
Hello?
yeah, now you are audible.
Reshna ma'am, please continue with your presentation.
Right into this right because he has a fundamental rights. Every person has the right to earn the money or livelihood. He can't deprive of these rights. Right to environment and right to livelihood flow from right to life. Yes, according to Article 21 of Constitution, judiciary had interpreted that to right to clean environment flows from right to life at the same time. And apex court had said include that right to livelihood also flowed from the right to life. And in the UN Declaration, Article 1, right to development was recognized as a human right. It is recently origin and environment protection and guaranteed by the state to lead a decent and meaningful life under Article 21 of Constitution. Now is the main factors for climate change. There are so many factors that contribute the climate change, like greenhouse gases, burning of oil, deforestation, air pollution, industrial gases, etc. And there are so many factors for climate change in the earth. Effect of climate change on livelihood. Today, climate change is a global challenging and it is a very affected several lives and livelihood. Basically, it is affecting of women, men, children. livelihood have been affected with the climate change on all assets like human being, social, natural, physical, and financial. And adaptation include the activity like reducing poverty, improving access to resource, lowering inequalities and resource and wealth, improving access to improving infrastructures, improving institutional capacity and efficacy, the promoting local indigenous knowledge. Climate change leads to disturbances and its effect livelihood today. The climate change is a major global issue that all countries need to work on this matter. Second is the main effect of climate change are associated with more extreme weather condition, change to global ice cover and rise in sea level. And third effect, the impact of climate change are already felt in every region of world. Next, the poverty rate have been increased day by day. Its result, the extreme weather events, agriculture, failure, water shortage, and lack of infrastructure supports. Next is humans are responsible for all global warming and its effect. And next is human activity have released large amount of carbon dioxide and methane into atmosphere. Social growth, social loss, and he reaches below the poverty line. Next is climate change is also affected women, which is reducing their fertility. And next is we should keep the fossils for off the ground because it is very harmful. Oil and gas is also included in the fossils for and more that the extract and burn. Those climate change will get so all countries need to move their economic away from fossil fuels as soon as possible. My suggestion is we should take preventive steps to take these destructive problems. Next, we must avoid polythene. It is very harmful for health. We should minimize the use of petrol, diesel, so that pollution can be controlled. Our next point is the climate change is affecting the livelihood of rural women. So a collective effort is required to implement the measures of rural women's relies to the impact of climate change on their livelihood. Our next suggestion, we should invest new sources of energy like solar system, wind, thermal power, etc. Our next suggestion, we should improve the farming and encourage vision. That's one of the most manner for the individual to help stop climate change is the reducing their meat and their consumptions. Our next suggestion is we should grow new plants to stop climate change so that we can keep our environment clean and neat. My next suggestion is we must stop deforestation. We should not cut the trees because trees absorb carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. Next suggestion is
Ma'am, you're not audible.
I think she has concluded.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Please conclude it.
Hello.
Yeah. So I have certain observation on her presentation. That's a very nice correlation with the climate change and with the human rights. That's a very important aspect of human rights, actually, because on the one hand, actually, we have certain human rights applicable, and certain necessities must be applicable to everyone, because human rights are those rights which are inherent to human beings. So on the one hand, if we are saying that we cannot use petrol, diesel, etc., so how we can fulfill the essential needs of the human beings? So that's a problem. And otherwise, on the other hand, we have certain human rights that should be applicable always, and we need a fresh environment always. That's the human rights. Actually, the implementation of human rights will depends on the person to person, irrespective of the caste, race, region, etc. So that's a very big problem, but the presenter has tried to give certain suggestions here. That's a very good suggestions. Thank you, Sudeshna.
Oh, okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Ekramudin. I request Mr. Chola Raja M to kindly give his suggestions and please enlighten the session.
Yeah, next presenter, please.
So we are done with this session. All the participants have presented their papers.
Actually, you are hardly audible, ma'am. You can please you can speak a little bit loud,
Sir,
because
am I audible now?
I'm not able to listen you.
So it is actually audible to everybody else.
No, the other person may speak on behalf of her, because she's not properly audible to me.
Yes, the voice is audible, but it's a very less sound, so we couldn't able to properly catch it.
Very hardly we are listening.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
So is it over?
Yes, sir. This session is over. So we
Session is over.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All the presenters
Okay.
have given their presentations. So we are moving forward to the next session. I again welcome Ms. Madhusha Devi to kindly take over the session.
Yeah, Dr. Chola.
Thank you so much
Yeah.
for that, the great opportunity from the university. Actually, we couldn't able to hear sometimes voice due to technical glitches might be. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the great opportunity, co-chair and chair, my colleagues also, Gramadin Malik ji also, and ma'am also, the principal also, and the entire institution also. Thank you so much.
Okay, the same. So I extend my actually the best wishes to the IPM Law Academy for organizing this wonderful the international conference. And I think it's a very burning issue, not only today, but it has been a debate on that point, how we can improve the environment. So just we have a very good the research on that points and thoughts from the well-known personality. So I think it is. I think it's a good initiative taken by IPM Law Academy, and thank you everyone, and especially for Dr. Rajesh Kumar Dev, that who has invited me to be the part of this very well-known and fruitful conference. And thank you everyone for organizing this wonderful conference. Thank you so much, everyone.
So we are moving on to the third session. The chair of the session is Ms. Karthayani, Advocate, Supreme Court of India and National Green Tribunal, and Mr. Ragesh Khatri, who is known as Nest Man of India, and Nipun Kaushik, Director, Operations and Partnership, Eco Roots Foundations. I welcome all the dignitaries to the session 3. So the first paper is presented by Dr. Shruti V. Kamath Dalal. And the name of she is actually the assistant professor from B.M. Salgokar College of Law, Miramar, Goa. And the title of the paper is Safeguarding Environment, a Major Challenge of the State.
Thank you, madam. Yes, thank you, madam. With your kind permission, I would like to share the screen. Could you please allow me?
Yes, you can share the screen, ma'am.
Madam, I think so. There is already a screen that is shared. Yeah, thank you, thank you. My humble respect to the esteemed panel members of Technical Session 3 of the International E-Conference on Environment, Climate Change and Sustainability, organized by IPM Law Academy. Madam Katyani, Advocate Supreme Court of India and National Green Tribunal, Mr. Rajesh Khatri, Nestman of India, and Nipun Kaushik, Director Operations and Partnerships, EcoRoots Foundation. A very good afternoon to the distinguished panel members, session in charge, Mr. Vikas Singh, and to the learned participants. I'm Dr. Shruti Kamath Dalal, Assistant Professor, VM Salgaonkar College of Law, Goa. And the topic for my presentation is Safeguarding Environment, a Major Challenge for the State. Human race over the period of time has assumed uncontrolled power with the aid of their intellectual and physical faculty and have been largely responsible to transform the environment on a unique scale. An individual really finds it difficult to strike a balance between natural and man-made. This has resulted in creating a major disturbance to the ecology. Hence, environment protection has always appealed for a global concern. The balance between economic elevation, pollution, and the people around has always been a primary topic of discussion between the developing and the developed nations. In fact, if we look at the present slide, more the people, more is economic elevation, more the people, larger is a pollution, more the economic elevation, more is a pollution. In fact, coming to the national laws, we have firstly, Part 3 of the Indian Constitution, the existence of the fundamental right under Article 21 that acknowledges right to clean and healthy environment within the ambit of right to live, which is a fundamental right recognized by the Supreme Court in catena of cases. In fact, coming to directive principles of state policy under Article 48A, the state is also obliged to safeguard the environment that is inclusive of wildlife and forests, and there should also be an endeavor on part of the state to develop it further. Coming to the fundamental duty under Article 51A, which appeals the attention of the citizens to develop concern and sympathetic approach towards all living creatures and thereby preserve and ameliorate the environment in its natural form. In fact, India's participation in the UN Conference on Environment at Stockholm led to enactment of central laws that were structured to protect and preserve the environment and also lessen the intensification of pollution. In fact, we have a number of statutes that relate to protecting the environment. One is the Environment Protection Act 1986, then the Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1974, the Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1981, and of course, there are a number of notifications that were issued by the government. In addition to that, we also have different principles that have been developed that have come into existence because of the various decisions pronounced by the court. Principle of sustainable development, precautionary principle, polluter-pays principle. In addition to that, the doctrine of public trust. Now, sustainable development that is recognized by the court balances the equation of present and future, thereby taking into consideration the current development and also equally protecting the surrounding nature for the benefit of the future. Interest in the well-being of the future citizens, the future generation calls for protecting the environment that speak of the doctrine of public trust. And the Apex Court in its decision has also specified the state's responsibility to protect the natural resources, being its trustee. And that is what the Supreme Court has explained about the doctrine of public trust. Coming to a few of the prominent decisions of the court, Messrs. Pahava Plastics Private Limited Nada versus Dastak NGO and others, Supreme Court 2021. A question that arose before the apex court was about the closure of a unit that was established after obtaining the necessary approvals from the authorities constituted under the statutes pertaining to the environment. In fact, the State Pollution Control Board noticed a technical irregularity in the functioning of the unit for being devoid of prior environmental clearance. The unit thereafter applied for an ex post facto environmental clearance, and the same was in pendency. In such circumstances, the unit cannot be closed, was the decision of the court. In fact, the court stated that the statute of 1986, that is the Environment Protection Act, does not ban on grant of ex post facto environmental clearance. It was also added, if projects are in compliance with the environmental standards and also its laws, rules, and orders in force, then grant of the environmental clearance, even if the same is ex post facto, is permissible. In view of the decision, it was observed by the court that economical contribution of the unit to the country and dependency of the masses on the unit for the provision of livelihood cannot be discarded, and this calls for introspection before taking a decision on closure of the unit. Coming to another decision of the Supreme Court, which is a much earlier decision of the court, 1996, Volume 5, SCC 281, Indian Council for Enviro-Legal Action versus Union of India and others. Here the court stated that continued willingness to accept and live in an unpleasant atmosphere where there is sustenance of violators and violation of laws is severe than not having a law. In fact, prohibitions that are reflecting in the law need to be recognized in an equivalent way as that of permissions. When private gain is addressed, consequence is disobedience of law, and implied acceptance of the same by the state crucify the objective of the statute. A system of tolerance of infraction is dreadful for growth of civilized society, as this fortifies lawlessness, thereby lowering the worth of statutes in force. Coming to another decision of the court, which is in the Special League Petition, Association for Protection of Democratic Rights and another versus the state of West Bengal and others. Here, considering the fact that it is important to preserve the trees, the apex court, through its observations, did take a step forward to compute the price of a tree that has been legally allowed to be felled by the statutory authorities. The court added that the total compensation payable in such cases has to be utilized to intensify afforestation. Further, the worth of a tree would largely be based on the role of a tree in integrating the ecosystem in terms of increasing the oxygen level, in conserving the soil, maintaining the ecological balance, and the required habitat for sustenance of flora and fauna. Apart from timber derived from the trees, its relevance is distinct ecologically, even from the angle of the climate change. That was what was stated by the Supreme Court. I would like to make here a notable observation of the apex court in the same case, and it was expressed that, quote, it is essential to strike the right balance between environmental conservation and protection on one hand and the right to development on the other, while articulating the doctrine of sustainable development. We may add that in our opinion, conservation and development need not be viewed as binaries, but as complementary strategies that weave into another. In other words, conservation of nature must be viewed as part of the development and not as a factor stultifying development. In fact, it is very important that we adopt and inculcate this particular practice of safeguarding environment as a lifestyle change and not as a weekend hobby. Now, coming to a few suggestions that I would like to make. Firstly, the executive must design a multidisciplinary approach that would germinate a shared understanding between the scientific principles, laws, and the policy programs in the sector of environment, its preservation and protection. Secondly, the environmental law should not be tagged only as a treasure of courts. It should also include within its parameters the stakeholders who are accountable to frame the strategies and implementing them. The stakeholders should owe the responsibility to handle the upcoming challenges of climate change, the disintegration of habitats, and environmental destruction. Thirdly, it is important to comprehend the procedural, institutional, and the conceptual streams of environmental law. In fact, a unified analysis of these aspects is required to construct a discourse on environmental jurisprudence. Fourthly, the issue of environmental degradation being alarming, the awareness on essence of environment and call for preservation should reach the stratified society of different age groups, inclusive of rich and the pauper. And also, wakeful alert is expected from the state and society by organizing discussions, debates, talks on the environmental problems, laws, and policy regulation. It is a shared commitment, I would say, of the executive and public to formulate measures and implement plan of action in the interest of present and future generation. To conclude, we are at the peak to understand and accept that laws are meant to be obeyed, not only by the obedient, but by the people at large, in whose interest they are made. If there is a blatant violation of such laws which cater to protecting, securing, and preserving the environment, then that would result in creating ecological imbalance, and this in turn will denigrate the quality of life. This adversity is foreseen at the cost of future generation. Hence, I would say that we are at the crossroad as we need to rethink and take timely action with prudent care to rejuvenate environment that would harmonize the facets of right to life of living beings. Thank you.
Very well researched and presented paper, Shruti. I congratulate you for your hard work.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
And a very striking point that you've put in your paper is accountability part, which is one of the parts that the courts are struggling to provide in their judgments, and even the executive somehow is lacking, is putting responsibility on the person who's lacking in providing the projects that are there or the orders that are to be implemented by the court. So accountability is something that even the courts are working on right now, and also the policymakers are working right now. So that's a very good point that you've put, and also the point that shared responsibility of government and people must be there, which is also part of the Constitution. And for you to have included in your presentation, which is such precise time, I really congratulate and appreciate your efforts.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful presentation. So the next presenter is Mr. Ashutosh, Assistant Professor of Law, Amity Law School, Amity University, Patna. The paper for presentation is Environmental Protection Through Energy Legislation. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Am I audible? Ensure yes.
Yes, sir.
I'm very thankful to all the participants and organizers for giving us this opportunity. And question, I think, hope it is visible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, a very good afternoon to all of the organizers and distinguished guests and speakers. It was a very enlightening day for me and an eye-opener for having this international much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, you are audible.
So my topic is environmental protection through energy legislation in India, challenges for present and future. So let me take to you the very important idea of this environmental legislation, because this research paper conveys that we need, this is climate change, environmental anthropogenic emissions are at its peak level, and it's now or never situation as predicted by International Governmental Panel for Climate Change. We are facing the brink of flood, food security, flora and fauna is at its level. So we need to tackle this major issue that in introduction of my paper through energy legislation I have highlighted. So the major need for this change is now or never situation for the world. IPCC sixth assessment report is alarming. By 2050, we are going to lose our ice, and this is very common concern for mankind and need for global action. And I would like to highlight the thought of Justice Veera Mantri in threat to nuclear weapon case. For world environment and climate change, we need peace with joining. Now, these are the global effort of climate change and environmental protection. Most of the speaker has already dealt with Rio, Stockholm, United Nations Framework on Convention on Climate Change, Agenda 21, which is the blueprint for the world, Kyoto Protocol, Montreal Protocol, Paris Agreement, that is the common but differentiated responsibilities. Now, taking India as a part of energy legislation is one of the few countries, let me tell you, it is the highly debatable and not well researched. And that is why I have chosen the topic that how we can mitigate through energy legislation the need of energy security. We are burning carbon as a fuel, which is the major concern for environmental protection and climate change. Now, world has adopted certain principle which is very clear, and India has been on the forefront by extending its all hand right from Stockholm to Paris Agreement in 2021, which we have signed, we have followed. Not only that, we have created a very diverse and very settled ease in doing environmental business and containing our energy laws. Principle of precautionary, polluter pays principle, adaptation, mitigation, common but differentiated responsibility. We are following all set of regulation. Now, India's environmental protection and response to climate change. India is one of the front runner of fighting the battle with climate change. We can see we have enacted number of legislation, Environmental Protection Act, Forest Act, Air Act, Water Act, but much precisely Energy Conservation Act, which is the rare in other countries apart from European countries. Least developing countries and developing countries are struggling to meet their economic requirement, and therefore they are emitting more and more carbon emissions. Now, agency like NERI, National Environmental Engineering Research Institute, Petroleum Conservation Research Agency, under the guise of Energy Conservation Act, we are following energy legislation to deal with the climate change. And how? Let me show you. India's response and practices. We have a very ambitious intended determined contribution under Paris Agreement. We have 1.75 gigawatt renewable energy ambitious. We are moving towards reduction of fossil fuels, compliance to the international environmental and climate change principle. We have renewable energy policy, and let me tell you, India has formed Global Solar Alliance, a much needed alliance for the entire world, especially for least developing countries and developing countries, because there is a great north-south divide. Developed countries are not helping developing countries to make green economy. India's energy legislation policy, renewable energy draft guideline is there. We are following common but differentiated responsibility. We have 2035 carbon emission norms, the much awaited Bharat Stage 6 strict compliance. We can see in New Delhi, Supreme Court in CNG case has also complied. Our entire government transport is moving towards the hybrid energy model, which is surely going to reduce, because you see 80% of our energy dependency is from fossil fuel. Much needed. Our government has taken a leap for 2035 energy plan, that we India will have a stock of energy, because 80% of global petroleum we are importing from other countries. Despite that, we are full prepared for carbon emission and saving the world from climate change. We have moved far ahead of other countries. Compulsory afforestation scheme has created a great carbon sink, and let us see, in comparison, in Asia, Bhutan is the carbon neutral country. They have zero emission rate. We should learn from least and developing countries like Bhutan, and India is on the pathway to achieve that. Now, clean and green developing countries which they cannot meet. So India has a foolproof plan to help the countries to create a green economy. We have created Solar Alliance, common concern of mankind. And Supreme Court verdict in CNG case and noise pollution case has refined our concept of sustainable development. So energy security and climate change is going to be a future challenge. Even present, we are dealing with that, but without energy legislation, we cannot go ahead in saving the world from the menace of climate change. It needs energy equality, our collective vision, sustainable development goal, blueprint for the world. India is complying and moving much ahead than the European countries, and creation of one energy umbrella regime. This is my research suggestion, which I have said, that at least regime for developing and least developing countries. Let me tell you one example. African nations are buying waste material from the developed countries. see their economy, they cannot comply with the energy legislation. They are not in creation of green economy because technology cost a lot, and developed countries are operating as a economic imbalance. We need to think about the world energy security, and India has guided number of the countries to come forward for making their energy legislation. This is the only way out, because very less research paper are there on the energy legislation for climate change vision. And Agenda 21 1992, which is still 100 years of policy, which we can save our world, our future from deteriorating, and save the only planet which is surviving by the life that is protecting flora and fauna. So in the end, I will suggest that India, along with the international environmental mandate, treaties, multilateral environmental agreements, is playing a greater role in helping least developing and developing countries, because it is common concern of mankind. If one country is working, other country is not working, it is useless. We will have to make a coordinated effort. With this message, I will once again thanks to IPEM Law Academy and Katyayani ma'am, Rishi Bhargav sir, and all the distinguished panelists who are encouraging us to. With this, I will end my presentation. Thank you.
It's a very enriching presentation that you've given, and I congratulate firstly for choosing this topic. This is a much needed and should be a very debated topic as of now. However, we see very less papers, as you've said, very less research on it, especially with reference to developing and developed countries. So I guess for everybody, I think for all the participants, I can actually speak that your paper was very enriching and very thought-provoking. So congratulations for that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am. So the next presenter is Mr. Rishi Bhargava, Assistant Professor, School of Legal Studies, LMCT University, Bhopal, and Research Scholar, Department of Legal Studies, Barkatullah University, Bhopal. And the paper for presentation is Study of Biodiversity Act in India. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Oh, thank you so much, IPM Law Academy, for giving us this platform. And I welcome Katyayani ma'am and all the panelists. Ma'am, with your permission, can I share my screen?
Yes, yes, sir.
Is it visible? Screen is visible, right?
Screen is
visible, right?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, without further ado, let me start. Okay, thank you. Without further ado, I'm starting my presentation. The topic of my research paper is Study of Biodiversity Acts in India. Actually, India woke up to the potential of immense bioheritage and took a step to safeguard it by acting several laws, including biodiversity. This is the time to find innovative solutions for conservative biodiversity and also to provide effectual revenue model for native population instead of just passing laws which are good on paper but remain fruitless. The onus of safeguarding biodiversity is not just on government or indigenous communities, but on all of us, as this is our common heritage. Policies are implemented in true spirit only when there is a widespread knowledge about them. So, actually, in this biodiversity,
Your voice is breaking.
Yeah, I think his voice is breaking and also the presentation is paused.
Due to some network issue might be,
I'm
Mr.
so
Rishi,
sorry.
sir, kindly
I think there was
unmute
some
yourself.
network issue.
Yeah,
May I resume?
it is fine now.
Okay. I'm really sorry. I think there is some network issue. Okay. Okay, so I was saying that Biodiversity Act 2002 came into existence much later than the other existing laws on environment, such as Indian Forest Act 1927, Wildlife Protect Environmental Protect Act 1986, etc. Though all these legislature laid impetus conservation, yet none of them properly addressed all the dimensions of the ecology and biodiversity preservation. The regulatory authorities counted under this act are the National Biodiversity, the State Biodiversity Boards, and the Biodiversity Management Committee. The NBA regulates the grant of approval for obtaining Indian biological resources or knowledge associated thereto for commercial utilization, biosurveys, or bioutilization by foreign corporation or not or Indian corp bodies having non-Indian shareholding, and also for transfer of result of research relating of Indian biological resources. There is network issue. So can I continue presentation without PPTs? Actually, when I go and share screen, the network lost. I don't know why. So okay. So the fourth thing which NBA grants is for applying of intellectual property protection, including patents by any person in or outside India, to regulate activities of approve and advise the government of India on matters relating to conservation of biodiversity, etc. The SSB, which is State Biodiversity Boards, regulate the grant of approval for obtaining Indian biological resources for commercial utilization, biosurveys, and bioutilization by Indian citizens or Indian corporate bodies. The local BMCs provide consultation to the MBA and the SSBs regarding the use of and imposition of fees for accessing or collection of biological resources by any person, whether legal or natural. Further, the NBA deals with the request for access to the biological resources as well as transfer of information of traditional knowledge of foreign national institutions and companies. The recent development relating to MBA implementation include the establishment of designated national repository under Section 39 as an important aspect of infrastructure for biodiversity conservation. This DNR provides service providers for preserved specimen consisting of all forms, herbariums, living cells, genomes of organisms, and information relating to hereditary and functions of biological systems. And the penalties and offenses under this act are such as this act actually stipulated that all offenses shall be cognizable and non-bailable, which means that police can arrest any offender without warrant. And the act is the maximum punishment or mostly the offenses are punishable with imprisonment of 3 months, 3 years or more. Any contravention of provision of section 3, 4, and 6 of the act or attempt or abatement thereof and imprisonment that attempt and abatement are punishable with the imprisonment which can be of 5 years or fine of 1 million. Any contravention of the provision of section 7 of the act or attempt or abatement thereof attracts an imprisonment term of 3 years or fine which are 0.5 million or both. Furthermore, in case of offender is found to be a company, the directors and the key managerial personnel of the company shall be deemed to be guilty of such offences unless they prove that that the offence was committed without their knowledge and without their consent. Based on recent experience in advising of this act, the typical non-compliance of statutory violation found are that the objection from the Indian Patent Office with regard to failure in providing disclosure with respect to use of biological resources for arriving at the invention for which a patent application has been made. Objections from the IPO with regard to need of seeking approval of the MBA prior to receiving grant of patent application. Notice from the MBA alleging violation of section 3 of the Act on account of failure to seek approval of MBA prior to accessing Indian biological resources for carrying out research. So in the light of above, it is amply clear that the access of Indian biological resources is heavily regulated and contains extremely harsh penalties for unregulated access. In conclusion, I just want to say that the Act is noble attempt to protect the rich biological diversity of India There are a number of reasons why it is a complex one to navigate, some of which are first inadequate explanation of different definitions, key terms such as byproducts and value-added products has caused a lot of confusion since byproducts are included in the definition of biological resources, whereas value-added products are excluded. This causing unnecessary difficulty uh, in ascertaining whether the one lies under the purview of the act or not. So coherent and detailed example for the concerned authorities will go a long way in getting rid of such confusions. The second is non-adherence of the mandatory 90-day period for disposal of MBA application, coupled with the denial of grants of patent by the Indian Patent Office. Until receipt of MBA approval has led to massive increase in the bureaucracy, timelines, and cost of the patent approval process. Since India is well known for inordinate delays in patent approvals, this added burden could lead to a situation whereby filling a patent application is no longer worth the trouble. Experts are of the opinion that the country is losing a minimum of rupees 30,000 crore annually by not implementing the Biodiversity Act, which has provision for access and benefit sharing for commercial utilization of bioresources. It is high time that the central and state government should wake up from their deep slumber and take speedy and earnest action to overcome disastrous calamities by implementing the Biodiversity Act in its true spirit. Thank you so much.
So, first up, great introduction to the Act and to the functioning of the Act and how it is executed by state or by the central authorities. So that explanation was quite clear and good. At the same time, you've highlighted the lacunas and the part where the government need to strengthen the Act, which says that your research is, is added up with the solution as well. So that suggestion of yours is also good. There's just one thing that I would look forward in if you publish a paper, I would love to read is what are the rights of indigenous people qua the Biodiversity Act, because you've spoken about intellectual property rights as well. And when it comes to intellectual property rights, you know that the big firms and the companies take over resources and knowledge, especially traditional knowledge, from very remote areas where the Biodiversity Act is actually applicable. So it'll be an interesting read if ever you come to, publish something on this aspect as well. So
definitely.
Thank you so much. Great work.
Sir, it was a very informative session, and thank you, ma'am. So the next presenter is Ms. Neha Singh, Assistant Professor, Law at Law College, and the paper for presentation is Role of NGT, a Complete Overview. Over to you, ma'am. So I think she's unable to join. So moving on to the next presenter. The next presenter is Ms. P.S. Vike Pratipha and Ms. Y.S. Sonavane. They are from Department of Botany and Research Center, Padma Shri Vike Patel College of Arts and Science and Commerce, Ravaranagar, Maharashtra. And the paper for presentation is Isolation of Blue-Green Algae from PVP College Campus Soil. Over to you, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Going to the next presenter. The next presenter is Ms. Anisha Sharma, and the co-author is Manisha Gupta, and they are students of Jyoti Vidyapith Women's University, Jaipur, Rajasthan. And the paper for presentation is Constitutional and Legislative Framework of Green Consumerism. Over to you.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, teachers and faculties, and thank you and all the attendees. And thanks to IPM Law Academy for giving us such a valuable opportunity where we can share our thoughts and we can get to know that how should we prepare a research paper and all. Shall I share my screen?
Yes, go ahead.
Sure, ma'am. I'm sorry, it may take certain moments, please. Is it visible?
Yes.
Okay. So me and Manisha Gupta, my partner, prepared the research paper on constitutional and legislative framework of green consumerism. First of all, I would like to introduce the green consumer, the concept green consumerance. Human wants cannot be satisfied. They are never ending, keeping in mind that nature is limited. And we have to use the natural resources in a very deliberate manner. A very popular principle, nature has enough to satisfy needs, but not to satisfy everyone's greed. Green consumerism plays an important role to promote this principle. Some famous examples of green marketing and consumerism are Starbucks, digital tickets by Indian Railways, Green IT project, Apple's MacBook, and etc. Then we have how green consumerism maintains a balance between consumer behavior and environmental sustainability. It lessens the wastage in product manufacturing, reduces greenhouse gases, less pollution and emissions during the process of production, consumption of organic and healthy food. Thereafter, how one can become a green consumer. So these are certain things that a person has to follow in order to become a green consumer. Like he may save energy consumption in his surrounding, and he may use the solar goods and renewable energy sources. He can he can recycle. He can check energy makers in daily utility products. Here are some popular companies that promotes green marketing like P&G, Amazon India, Leaflet India, Luminous Power Technologies. Green marketing strategies. What are green marketing strategies? First of all, there should be transparency. Practices and details of products and services should be provided to the consumer, and focusing on pro-environmental solutions and benefits. Buyers want information about the personal benefits of goods and companies, or to focus on incorporating more pro-environmental benefits of goods. Manufacturing durable goods that ensures the extend utility over the life cycle. Now we have environmental protection under constitutional framework of India. First of all, we are having fundamental rights such as Article 14, Article 19, Clause 1, Article 21, Article 32. And directive principle of state policy, we are having here Article 47, Article 48A. And in fundamental duties, we have Article 15(1)A, Clause G. And Article 253 states that Parliament has authority to pass law on any issues relating to the protection of the environment. Now, let's come to the legislative framework of green consumerism. Hazardous substances in different areas are prohibited and restricted by the central government. And central government may take the following factors into the consideration while prohibiting the same. First is the substance of hazardous nature causing harm to the society, human beings, other living creatures, plants and property. Availability of substitute in the market of the prohibited or restricted substances. The technology available in the country for developing a safe substitute. Other factors that central government may consider necessary for the protection of our environment. The prohibition of hazardous substances in an area involving their exports and imports. The central government has to follow the procedure that is established by the law. Now, what are the emerging trends and reforms that are made for the environmental sustainability and its maintenance? First is the recent union budget has also laid more emphasis on the climate action and a green future. Appliances like LG, Samsung, etc. have been coming up with eco-friendly products with energy-saving technologies. IT measures like Wipro, Infosys, HCL, and TCS have been at the forefront of eco-sustainability through various practices. The government of the India, through a notification, has put a ban on single-use of plastic from July 2022 onwards. This includes the manufacturing of and importing, stocking, and distribution and sale and use of single-use plastics such as earbuds with plastic sticks, plastic flags, invitation cards, and cigarette packets, plastics, and etc. Corporate social responsibility helps to maintain a healthy environment. Now, here I'm telling the meaning of corporate social responsibility. It's like a business ethics. So a corporate social responsibility, CSR, we can say that, refers to the self-imposed responsibility of companies to society in areas such as the environment, the economy, employee, well-being, and competition ethics. Many companies use internal CSR regulation as a form of moral compass to positively influence the ethical development of their business. Now we are moving towards a conclusion. So it is extremely important that green marketing becomes the norm rather than an exception. It is found that people are aware, but their idea, I'm really sorry.
That is all right. You speak the conclusions.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Now, any suggestions?
So to both Anisha and Manisha, great topic that you've chosen, and you've presented it quite holistically. you've taken into account not just marketing, but also manufacturing. You've spoken about laws with regard to this, and also the consumer patterns. And this is a topic that is pretty much in vogue and demand right now. So I appreciate you to take a very,
Ma'am, I'm pretty sorry.
upcoming.
Actually, I'm having certain networking issues here. Shall I resume through the second point
Yeah,
of my
please.
conclusion, please?
Yeah, please conclude. Please conclude.
Yes, please. So the first point we were having that it is extremely important that the green marketing becomes a norm rather than an exception. Second one is that it is found that people are aware, but their idea about the green products and its consumption is partially correct. Third one is marketers have the responsibility. Marketers should understand that it is their duty to make the consumer understand that the need for and the benefits of using green products compared to non-green ones. So let's move towards there's a very famous slogan that is live a green life and let the greenery of nature live forever. So it was all for this presentation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Anisha. And also, thank you, Manisha, since we didn't hear from you, but you both have worked together on this incredible topic.
Actually, ma'am, she's suffering from temperature. That's why she was not able to present the same.
I wish her well. May she get well soon and healthy. And I look forward to both of you presenting more papers on such topics, because this is quite a nice, enriching topic that you've chosen. There's just, your topic was very good. Your research is also very good. And the only thing I can suggest, because is in your presentation, is if possible, you can also add judgments of court, either Supreme Court, High Court, or National Green Tribunal, wherein the courts have also directed to switch on to technologies that are greener and which are more sustainable ecologically. So it can be, for example, you might be aware of Supreme Court order for switching the vehicular fuel engines from Bharat 3 to Bharat 4 to Bharat 6, or NGT order of NGT's order of regulating old petrol and diesel cars, and putting a number of years to its uses, like 10 and 15 years respectively. So you can add such court orders as well in your presentation. Otherwise, your presentation was fabulous.
Sure, ma'am. Thanks so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, presenters. It was a wonderful presentation. So moving on to the next presenter, Ms. Karuna Yadav. She's a student of LLB, and she's going to present the topic Interrelationship of Environmental Jurisprudence and Human Rights, Contemporary Challenges. Over to you, Karuna Yadav.
Good afternoon, ma'am and sir. Today's my topic of research paper is Interrelationship of Environmental Jurisprudence and Human Rights, Contemporary Challenges. And next. Title: Interrelationship of Environmental Jurisprudence and Human Rights, Contemporary Challenges. And next. Abstract: Article 15A, Clause G. In environmental jurisprudence, highest achievement is its codification of a change in ethics and a legal recognition that both individual and government and agency responsibility extend to the natural world. This article provides an overview of environmental jurisprudence as it relates to environmental ethics. It examines both the foundation of environmental jurisprudence as well as the concept of human rights. Second, keywords: environmental jurisprudence, superiorly jurisprudence, and NGT introduction. NGT. Next, population con क्या कर रहे हैं सर अभी कीवर्ड्स रह गए हैं. Environmental jurisprudence, superior judiciary, and NGT means National Green Tribunals and Population Control Boards and People Attitudes. Next, introduction. The discover of environmental law making bears several and divides ethical obligation to be encompassed. The term environment itself is loosely understood to comprise all variety of biotics and abiotics component, which include soil and water, plants, animal, and collectively the land, and the several of each components is interlinked and interdepend on the each other existence. A pertinent set of example of interdependent is such as emissions of greenhouse gases resulting from the human activities cause climate change, which in turn cause a rises in the sea level, excessive rain, flooding in some region, and extreme drought in other cases. Next, methodology. This timely handbook brings innovative free think and radical approaches to research methods in environmental law. With a comprehensive approach, it's being together key concepts such as sustainable climate change activities and actor network theory. It considered how the appropriate subject environmental law to concrete and to the need of the variety of bodies, human and non-human, that require its protection. Next. This much needed book provides a theoretically informed analysis of methodological approach in the discipline such as contextual analysis, rights-based approach, spatial geographical analysis, immersive methodologies, and autoethnography, which will aid in the practice, critique, and reimagining of environmental law. Next. Conclusion. In spite of fragmented attempt made in the international regime for adding ecocentric value in the environmental law making, the peace has been extremely slow and unsystematic. Environmental jurisprudence till date has been continuing with anthropocentric ideas with all concerned for safeguarding the means of human several. Even the ecocentric concern rising for so far do not categorically confirm right to the environmental, but only reflect about human liability to conserve its intrinsic value, as Christopher Stone rightly pointed out. Each time there is a movement to confirm right to some new identity, if it became an issue of revolution. Second, environmental. Environmental is defined as relating to the natural world and the impact of human activity on its conditions relating to or arising from a person's surrounding. Next. Jurisprudence. Jurisprudence as legal theory is the theoretical study of the property of law. Scholarship to jurisprudence seek to explain the nature of law in its most general form and provide a deeper understanding of legal reasoning and analogy, legal system, legal institution, and the proper application and role of law in society. Thank you.
So, Karuna, really nice presentation from your side as well, as you were discussing about what exactly is anthropogenic system, or it, and your suggestion is to move towards more of ecocentric approach of environmental jurisprudence. At the same time, what from my side, what the suggestion could be for your presentation is that you could also add the angle of development of environmental jurisprudence in India as an introduction, because in India and around Asia, the environmental jurisprudence has actually begun with the judgments of Supreme Court mostly, and keeping in mind the international agreements and treaties since 1970s and 1972, more specifically Stockholm. So you can add those as well. And when it comes to challenges, you can, as with reference to India, as I'm very much aware of the Indian scenario, you can add that what exactly is the problem with implementation, execution of environmental jurisprudence at the grassroots level, apart from other challenges that you've mentioned.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Karuna, and thank you, ma'am, for this wonderful chairing of the session. And that's the end of this session. And now we are going for the lunch break. Session 4 will start at 2:20.
Thank you so much for having me.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, okay. So, ma'am, shall we start?
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are moving forward towards the session 4. The theme of this session is role of technology and environment. This session is going to be chaired by Dr. Vikalp Srivastav, Assistant Professor, Christ University, and Ms. Mehak Rathi, CEO, Knowledge Streams. So the first presenter is Mr. Bhaskar Singh, who is the student of HIMT Group of Institutions, Greater Noida, BLLB, third year student. And the paper has been co-authored by Mr. Vikas Kumar, PG Diploma in IPR, Indian Law Institute, New Delhi. So the topic of their presentation is burgeoning technocratic vicissitude, paving a way for hollow environmental structure in India.
Ma'am, actually, I'm not able to share my screen from here. It's depicting here, you cannot start screen share while the other participant is sharing.
So now you can share the screen.
Now is it visible, ma'am? Is my presentation visible? Can anyone tell?
Yes.
Yes, it is visible.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to respected chair and my fellow presenters. My name is Bhaskar Singh, and along with me is Mr. Vikas Kumar. Today, we are going to present our research paper titled Burgeoning Technocratic Vicissitudes, Paving a Way for a Hollow Environmental Structure in India, a succinct overview. So starting with a very basic introduction. So the introduction, primarily the introduction of a research paper revolves around the basic theme of the subject matter and reflects the extemporaneous effervescence of technocratic vicissitude upon the environment. So as at the very grassroots level, if we try to analyze this particular aspect, we can boldly state that it is a state of severe quandary and indignation in the contemporary era, that environmental degradation is a matter of growing concern as continued industrialization is being witnessed mostly in the developed countries. And if we talk about environmental pollution in this respect, we can also say that the environmental pollution occurs as a result of technology mismanagement and lack of control measures. Furthermore, if we try to go a little bit deep into the study, we can certainly realize that technology also contributes towards the depletion of resources. So how I would like to add to this further, that development and usage of technology basically is contributing an increase of industrial activities that requires raw materials from natural resources such as coal, timber, and wild animals, we can say. And if we try to analyze this particular aspect with a broader perspective and a conspicuous vision, we can easily infer that ecological systems imbalances and disruptions mainly occur as a result of the technological advancements in the modern world. To support this argument, I would like to add to this further that collapse of ecological life and extinction of organisms from their natural habitats basically also depicts the very fact that how technology causes ecological imbalances. In this respect, wildlife extinctions could also be taken as an example, like wildlife extinctions from their natural habitat to create more space for the farming activities and space for the increasing population can also be considered as a notion in this respect as how technology is causing ecological imbalance. Now, further moving to the scope of our research, it can be well accentuated in this respect that there has been a significant rise in the production of machines and automobiles, as there is a rise in demand which facilitates increased production, thereby triggering the increased supply of products which have a major hand in industrialization with respect to improved technology. Another major quarter of world environment loss can be considered to as deforestation also, because we can see in today's contemporary era that humans are mindlessly clearing out forests to in order to build cities, in order to expand the civilization of cities. And due to the profound impact of these technologies, basically the very pulchritude of environment, or the very basic essence of environment, has been lost to a great extent. And it has also altered the climate changing patterns in the modern scenario. And on my part, I would like to say at last that all these factors are certainly forming a substratum for a decrepit social institution in terms of a convalescing environment further. Now I would like to request Mr. Vikas sir to carry on with the rest of the part of the presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. I will be dealing with chapter 1 and chapter 2 of the research paper, and at last, I will be dealing with the conclusion of our research paper. Chapter 1, Modern Technological Mania, Limbering Environmental Growth. The main objective of our first chapter is to investigate the relationship among the technological innovation, environmental pollution, energy consumption, and sustainable economic growth in India. These variables are interlinked to each other, especially technological innovation plays an important role through reducing the environmental pollution and increasing economic development. In the early economic growth stages, to increase the production capacity of the economy, the environmental degradation issues are raised due to natural resources depletion. The environmental policy statutes which ensure the protection of diversified laws pertaining to the nature within the framework of Indian judicial authority seems to be confounding towards as the manipulating technological rules are extravagantly affecting the various cornerstones of physical and integral mental consciousness of the environment capacity. Changing a world that has been so reliant on its environmentally destructive ways can't be accomplished by just preaching and discussing. It will require a determined, united, and eager humanity to reverse the effects of climate change. But most of all, it will require a lot of technological advancement. Technology is the reason behind most environmental issues we face today, but it's also the solution. By transforming the technologies that our civilization depends on in a manner that doesn't compromise nature, we get to continue enjoying a higher quality of life without destroying our planet. Technology can be developed to create a system that are environmentally sustainable. It will allow us to replace traditional practices with more suitable ones. Renewable energy, artificial intelligence, robotics, electrical vehicles, automated systems are just some of the many ways technology can contribute to sustainable development. Even smaller ones such as software development, biodegradable packaging, and the waterless solution have a significant impact when added upon. Chapter 2 deals with Bhaskar, next slide, chapter 2. Industrialization and globalization, a mammoth call to the environment. This chapter is trying to discuss environmental degradation issue due to industrialization, globalization, and natural resource depletion. Environmental quality has been significantly reduced by countries attempting to achieve the highest economic growth in the first stage. Beyond it, the main goal of the economics is to attain sustainable economic growth and the welfare of the economy with the technological innovation, and to develop environmental policies to mitigate CO2 emission. The chapter deals with important issues like how environment pollution to be reduced through modern technological innovation and increased sustainable economic growth, and how energy consumption mitigates the CO2 emission in India region through technological innovation. One of the primary results of globalization is that it opens business up to new markets in which they can sell goods and source labor raw materials, and components. There are several benefits of globalization, such as increased international trade and cooperation, and less international aggression. Social globalization, the sharing of ideas and information between countries, has led to innovation in medical, technology, and environment preservation industries. However, globalization can also have negative effects on society, such as increased income inequality and standard working conditions in developing countries that produce goods for wealthier nations. Income inequality is directly related to globalization, as it further increases the gap between more advanced and developing areas of a nation. As a result, it can also increase the risk of societal violence. It has also adversely affected the environment and natural asset of our country. The conclusion of our research paper is every country wishes to move from poor environmental condition to a clean environment for sustainable economic growth. For this purpose, the study employs modern technique. The conflict between technological innovation and environmental degradation can revisit by sustainable development policies. Additionally, a huge dependency on fossil fuels energy consumption is not environmental friendly to sustainable development of India. The long-run association found between CO2 emission, real GDP growth, and technological innovation in India. Presumably, stockholders of top worldwide companies feel their responsibility to provide and thus leverage from sustainable digital technology. So ahead of time, enterprises has already taken a step to fulfill the commitment of the Paris Agreement. Some of the companies which are moving forward with the green environment concept, for example, Walmart, one of the biggest retail corporations, represents multi-development of digital transformation that work to eliminate wastage and energy usage. Many Internet of Things sensors and self-scanning robots prove to be sustainable in nature. Second, Mega City NEOM program by Dubai. Definitely, this program deserves the name of sustainable dream, where all the possible and impossible technology merge to serve humanity, implementing the digital transformation like IoT, AI, software is to control the environmental condition, for example, saving water, rainwater collection, sensors, etc. Microsoft, one of the leading software company, moved towards the reducing its environmental impact, at the same time helps other companies to turn green. Microsoft Cloud Computing has already empowered energy efficiency. Microsoft Artificial Intelligence has created and complete the directory which covers the US forest and help in the preservation of our sustainable future. To achieve the global sustainable goals, sustainable technology companies of all sizes should work together cooperatively. Microsoft and Orsted, greatest striving building an entirely green world with 100% carbon-free energy by 2025. Thank you all.
Okay, your topic is on various aspect of how the technology has or is affecting the environment. One question that I would like to ask is, what is the scope of your research? Where you're confining your research?
So the scope, the research paper delves into various categories, like it tries to find out how technology can be used in a positive manner to enhance the environment. There has both the aspect of technology, negative and positive, but we have to focus on the positive aspect of technology, how it will enhance the environment.
Is there any suggestions or recommendations that you have provided in your research paper?
So the suggestion in the last slide, I would like to, there are some of the, not the suggestion, but we have referred like some of the companies which are using environment to enhance the technology, which are using the renewable energy sources. So we are trying to focus if India is also a part of all this. So if we implement those systems, so we can also focus on the renewable energy and sustainable development goals.
Okay, so what I would recommend is that in your research paper, you can also add in the conclusion part some suggestions which you can base on the basis of the research that you have done in your research paper, right?
Okay, sir.
Okay, okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bhaskar and Mr. Vikas. So the next presenter is Mr. Sumit Kumar, research scholar, PhD scholar, the Law Department, University of Jammu. He is going to present on the relationship between poverty and technology in developing countries.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my topic is the relationship between the poverty and technology in developing countries. Poverty, development, and technology are the three basic elements which are trending in this modern world. We can say that poverty on one side and development in relation to technology on the other side are the two faces of the same coin. Their relationship is highly reflective in developing countries. Many searches had been made out earlier related to these problems, like basic reasons, causes behind the poverty, which is increasing at an alarming rate. Out of these research, most of them mainly focus upon the basic relationship between poverty, technology, and development. There are presently many studies which shows that poverty and development are moving away from each other, or we can say that there is exists a trade-off between them. Hence, a need was felt to check the role of technologies and its impact on the basic essential requirement for living like food, shelter, clothes, etc. The main aim behind this paper is to check the relationship between the poverty with relation to increase in development in various fields of technology, its impact, causes on poverty. Moreover, the impact of development on various fields like deficit, hunger index, slums, inadequate health conditions, etc., will also be covered in this paper. This paper also reflects views on how we can make balance between the poverty along with development so that the rate of poverty can be controlled in developing countries. Before starting about the concept of poverty, technology, and development, we should have an idea from where this concept had originated in human age. The answer to this question is, in simple word, is with the origin of man on this world. As soon as the first man appeared on this planet, the battle for food and shelter, the struggle for power, fittest of all, etc., was started in order to be superior being in this planet. With the competition, the social economical race was also started generated among the beings, which led to the change in biological evolution along with social economic evolution of human beings. This hunger for power among the human race had created many problems among themselves in every aspect, whether it be socially, politically, or economically. But can we say that this is what we call development? With the passage of time, man gradually increased his standard of living. This slowly and steadily rise in the way of living evolution in the field of socio-economical sector can be termed as development. Or we can say that the gradually increase in the standard of living of man from hunter-gatherers to present man is what we call development. But the problem in context with the development also started to rise, like high incidence of poverty, unemployment, which are mostly faced by developing countries. Keeping in this mind about the above problems of development, international organizations like World Health Organization and United Nations had started to look into various problems of poverty and unemployment through establish various consensus worldwide. Poverty is a dynamic process and rooted from grassroots level. We can say that poverty is a multidimensional issue starting from an area and which is gradually increasing all over the world. The concept of poverty had diverse historical background. The work of Charles Booth and Sibom Broventry in their study Pauperism in the year 1892 and Poverty, a study of town life. These studies particularly deals with the concept of poverty and how to manage the poverty and their problem. Further, in 1970s, political debates among various jurists from various universities around the world, as well as within the World Bank, reshaped the entire concept of poverty. Furthermore, it emphasized relative depreciation while framing the concept of poverty. In 1960, a British sociologist had redefined the poverty as not just a lack of resource to meet minimum nutrition diet as a substance living, rather as a non-fulfillment of keeping up of standards prevalent in the society. In the mid-1970s, International Labour Organization came out with a new concept of poverty. The poverty is not just a lack of income or resource, also a lack of access to health, educational, and basic social service just to have a survival. Now, coming upon the poverty in contrast with the developing countries, Speaking about the concept of poverty in developing country, it is related to the minimum level, or we can say that minimum level of consumption of food, clothing, housing, health, etc., which is required for the survival of man. Taking for example, Brazil. Brazil has made significant progress in social indicators. Elementary school net enrollment increased from 88.2% in 1992 to 97.1% in 1997. Infant mortality rate has decreased from 62 per thousand live birth from mid 1980s to the mid 90s, and a lot of urban infrastructure benefits the poor. New programs ensure a minimum spending on public health care per capita, minimum primary school spending per student schools. Despite progress, health and education inequality persists, with the poorest fifth of the population have 3 years of education and the top fifth have more than 9 years. Two recent events confirmed that the most vulnerable group to economical insecurity are those with the highest rate of poverty. Drought in the Northeast had a severe impact on poor rural workers, and the East Asian crisis, while less served than expected, reduced the income of workers with the least education. The reformative steps in the ongoing education efforts will almost certainly necessitate even broader, deeper, and more perpetual reforms, many of which are already being discussed. The government is also continuing to relax the constraints imposed by constitutional entitlements, which limit the flexibility of government spending. Finally, successfully community-driven development approaches in urban upgraded small farms, investments, and community health agents shows what is possible when citizens are empowered. Now, coming about India, India suffers from severe depreciation in education and health, particularly in the north, where caste, class, and gender inequalities are especially pronounced. Because of slower growth and significant less progress in promoting mass education and basic health, India lagged behind East Asia in poverty reduction. However, growth has recently accelerated and poverty has decreased. Though the actual impact of the growth of poverty reduction remains debatable due to measurement issues. There are also significant differences within India, with the South, particularly the state of Kerala, having far superior education and healthcare. The main reason behind this is because of Kerala's strong tradition of political and social mobilization has been attributed to the effectiveness of public action. The development of social infrastructure in critical in areas with severe depression in health and education. Expanding education and health services will necessitate state government correcting their fiscal positions as subsidized to the loss of making power sector crowd out spending in the social sector. Now, coming upon the views, how can we curb this poverty? I would like to share some suggestion from my side. The government should try to implement policies aimed at absorbing educated unemployed people within a particular area on rural population. As a result, the state could experience not only lower unemployment, but also great poverty reduction. Second, policymakers should prioritize the implementation of programs that can capture rural unskilled labor so that many of these workers can engage in self-employment. Third, a great number of tourism-related locations in low poverty zones confirms that tourism can stimulate overall economic growth and lead to poverty reduction as evidenced by an analysis. Poverty rates are much lower in tourist-heavy areas. Fourth, the government should implement policies on the grassroots level so that uneducated people have the knowledge about these policies. Fifth, the implementation of this policy should be implemented in 3 tiers. First at the village level, second at the block level, and third at the district level, so that they can easily know about the benefit of the policies to core poverty with the benefit of development in technology. And last, it is the duty of the appropriate authority to keep the balance between the poverty along with development so that both works hand in hand with each other. For example, the government should come with strategies to main aim to lower the poverty rate along with development in technology, like keeping the amount of workers equal to the ratio of the rate of working machine, which in turn helps in completion of work along with the rate in increase in development. Government should have to start taking steps to uplift the status of poverty prone people by giving them opportunities in their job security in factories or any kind of work. Thank you.
You have talked about poverty and how it is a matter of concern in developing countries. You've talked about a scenario in India, and you have given some suggestions also.
Yes.
But my question here is, your topic is relationship between poverty and technology. So what is your take when you're talking about all the suggestions pertaining to India or overall about the relationship, how technology and poverty are connecting?
When the relationship between the poverty and development moves with hand to hand, we should have knowledge that in order to cure the poverty, we should have laid policies to regulate the policies to overcome the poverty along with development. It is not possible to lower the development or to lower the technologies in this modern world.
Okay. But my question was how technology, you said poverty and technology. So we cannot, of course, lower technology in this modern world, but
Yes,
of
yes.
course, technology can be used as a need. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, would you like to ask the question?
One thing I would like to ask is, since you're talking about technology, say recently, I mean, for the past couple of decades, we have seen a huge surge in the technological development. But the correlation that is there with how it has helped or how it is bolstering the poverty is not clearly reflecting in your paper. So what I would suggest is that you clear out what is your problem or what is your research problem that you would like to address clearly. And based on that, you can do a solid literature review. And on that, you can build the foundation of your research paper. That is what I think.
Okay.
So the essential component of a research paper is a good literature review along with a clear set of research problem. On that basis, you do your research, right?
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Dr. Meenakshi Sinha Swami. So the presenters are Ms. Shivani Verma and Dr. Meenakshi Sinha Swami. They are both from Department of Economics, Mata Sundari College for Women, University of Delhi. Their topic of presentation is environmental anemia due to hard energy usage, focusing on remedial measures.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. Myself, Shivani Verma, and my colleague, Dr. Meenakshi Sinha Swami from Mata Sundari College for Women, University of Delhi. Nice to be part of this international conference organized by IPEM Law Academy on environment, climate change, and sustainability. Our topic is environmental anemia due to hard energy usage, focusing on remedial measures. Humans are being continuously pushed to the extreme as a bubble of fresh air, water, and soil is becoming elusive by the day. Environmental anemia indicates the degrading quality of air, water, and soil, to talk of the basics on which floral and faunal life on this planet is dependent. Environmental anemia is starkly visible in the quality of our air, which is a major health risk, with pollutants through resource extraction and usage methods. Water is getting polluted due to resource extraction and usage of water, and a number of resources require water for processing. Hard energy includes mined energy like fuel, coal, etc. And vicious cycle of unsustainable energy use is deepening the climate crisis, thus leading to hotter summers and colder winters and greater precipitation in the form of rainfall, storms, cloudburst, or snowfall, which are in themselves energy intensive. Developing economies are resource intensive as the usage of these resources is among the highest in per capita. And developed countries are at a stage where in the use such as resource is again very high in form of per capita. This study will bring us to face with the effect of our carbon footprint and could help us to curtail our energy intensive consumption choices. It will also help us understand about the better policy outcomes through restructuring. Economic activity which doesn't internalize the real cost of hard energy is bound to affect the environment adversely. Market can control the pollutants provided the real costs are factored in. So this is the literature review. After this, objectives of study. So the objective of study is to analyze fuel usage on a global level, to analyze how developing countries suffer the double burden of environmental burden and burden on the exchequer due to fuel imports. It also intends to study the impact of the usage of air turbine fuel, road transport fuel, cooking gas on the environmental quality, and to explore policy restructuring for environmental benefit. Our research is based on secondary data from various official websites like United States Statistics Division, International Energy Agency, World Bank, World Health Organization, International Renewable Energy Agency. The data is collected of selected developed countries like USA, Germany, and Japan, and developing emerging economies like Brazil, China, and India. Now, comparing and analyzing fuel usage, its implication on health and policy for sustainable development. Comparison and analysis have been undertaken under the following subheads. These are fuel usage, production and consumption and renewable energy share, environmental impact, impact on health due to environmental damages such as air pollution, and changes in policy framework for a more sustainable outlook. So this chart shows the access to clean energy fuel usage is on the rise in developing countries, while in the developed countries, it has covered the population. So how environment friendly is this clean cooking fuel? That is a very big question. So per capita energy usage is very high in the USA, while India has a long way to go in terms of provision of energy for use, and therefore it has the opportunity to explore the renewables more intensely. This chart explains the CO2 emissions from solid, liquid, and gaseous fuel consumption. India and China, with coal reserves and demographic pressures, have depended more on solid fuel, while Brazil, with its proximity to oil reserves, makes use of liquid fuel, while USA has been using liquid and gaseous fuels, with newer gaseous reserves being explored and used. The gaseous fuel use has been increasing. In other developed countries, also the trend in gaseous fuels use is on rise. Production and consumption of total energy. Here, India, China, Germany, and Japan are net exporters of energy due to deficit. But India is one with an adverse balance of payment and certainly finds it difficult to import energy with limited forex reserves. China has been running a surplus balance of payment with US and therefore is far more secure in importing energy. Now this chart is the explanation of this chart is somehow better for the global warming scenario, that the share of renewable energy is rising in most of the economies. China is one country where the intensity of energy in the GDP growth has been rising due to it being the factory of the world and massive development projects, and therefore the shortfall, so is India. India was the third largest consumer in the world after China and United States in 2018. And its need for energy supply continues to climb as a result of the country's dynamic economic growth, population growth, and modernization over the past several years. So losses due to environmental damage. Environmental cost of outdoor pollution, that is highest at 29% of the total pollution cost. Outdoor pollution is majorly due to emission by industries and vehicle traffic. The total damage caused in India due to water supply, sanitation, pasture degradation, forest degradation, cropland degradation, indoor and outdoor pollution was 3.75 trillion or $80 billion in 2010. Health losses are also majorly due to outdoor air pollution. In India, per person loss is estimated to be much higher than indoor air pollution or water and hygiene related issues. This chart clearly shows that maximum loss is through outdoor air pollution. This pie diagram shows annual cost of health impact due to urban air pollution, and here mortality, that is of adult and children under 5, as well as morbidity, that is state of being unhealthy because of bronchitis, hospital admissions, various restricted activity days, etc. So there are various sustainable steps that are taken by world bodies and nations. So the global public good, nations plans and strategize and reduce greenhouse gases to rein in climate change. Policies have to be planned for local and global levels, as the demand and consumption of public goods cannot be controlled in a free market scenario. It requires to be controlled if it is polluting the resources on which the life of the planet and its being is dependent. Secondly, low carbon goods and services that requires international research cooperation to maintain intellectual property rights to smoothen the transfers, and funding is involved. Funding mechanisms are of importance as developing countries are generally the ones who buy the technologies from the developed countries. Climate funding priorities and the Asian development banks are important as developing Asian economies require funding for technological changes. Asian Development Banks focuses on adaptation through clean energy, sustainable transport, and low carbon urban development, reduced emissions from deforestation and degradation, and improved land use management. So Asian countries where energy intensive development process are changing towards sustainable initiatives, policies and projects will lead to a change which is very much desirable, keeping sustainability in mind. But there are gaps as this approach has to be integrated with the overall development framework. The World Bank and United Nations have established carbon funds to support climate change projects. Major funds are the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility and Community Development Carbon Emissions. These assist developing economies to manage carbon emissions in the country's domestic projects. And there are other schemes also, like Netherlands Green Fund Scheme and proposal for Green Bank in UK as well as USA. Public transport is at the center of many economic and social development challenges, accounting for about 64% of global oil consumption, 27% of all energy use, and 23% of world's energy-related carbon dioxide emissions. The shift towards electrical vehicles is good for sustainable development. Energy efficiency or resource efficiency for production is beneficial to the environment, but with no restriction on trade based on these is a huge failure for climate change and prevention policies. So in last conclusion, renewable energy usage has been increasing in less populated countries. In overpopulated countries like China and India, the demand surge due to intensive energy usage in development projects and growth renewable energy increases unable to keep pace. Losses, fuel usage, pollution, and health problems are continuously increasing. Though policies and fundings are being provided, but again, better policies and implementation is required. There should be a limitation on fuel usage, energy usage, and beyond it, policies should shift the usage to renewable resources. So in last, I want to conclude that our study informs the impact of our energy choice, the health cost due to environmental damages, and how the groundwork for green energy choices has been shaping. It will also spread light on the global initiatives for a sustainable future through environmental policies and beyond. So these are the references. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ma'am, one thing I would like to ask is regarding your paper. What are the suggestions you would like to give based on your research regarding reduction of air pollution in India? How we can, promote usage of more renewable energy in our country where we are facing energy shortage and there is a surge in high demand over the years. Ma'am, you are not audible. Please unmute yourself. Hello. Am I audible, ma'am?
You're on mute, ma'am.
Shivani ma'am, you please log out from this session and then again log in. Maybe that's how you'll be able to unmute yourself. Shivani ma'am, please leave the meeting and then rejoin. Sir and next ma'am, can we move forward?
Yes, I think we can move on with the next presentation, and whenever ma'am gets back, she can answer.
So the next presenter is Dr. Yogendra Singh, Associate Professor, HOD, School of Law, IFTM University, Moradabad. Doctor, you going to say? So we are moving on to the next participant, that is Miss Insha Daud, student, Law School, University of Jammu. She is going to present her paper on technological development and climate change, human health and welfare issues.
Please start.
Is my screen visible?
No, your screen is not visible.
So my topic is technological development, climate change, human health, and welfare issues. Am I audible?
Yes.
Climate change is a major health issue of our time. Climate change is affecting every country on every continent. It is disrupting national economies and affecting lives. There is scientific consensus that the global climate is changing with rising surface temperatures, melting ice and snow, rising sea levels, and increasing climate variability, and weather events becoming more extreme. These changes are expected to have substantial effect on human health. There's a widespread scientific consensus that the world's climate is changing. Global climate is changing with rising surface temperature, melting of ice. So let's understand what exactly is climate change. It all starts with the feeling of changing of atmosphere, which is mainly caused by human activities. Climate comes from Greek word klima, which means slope or inclination, and was originally thought to depend only on the height of the sun. So climate change, if we see in basic terms, refer to changes in global climate. But the global climate of a particular place includes the rising temperature of the Pacific seas, typhoons blowing harder, drops more rain and cause more damage, but also shifts global ocean current and melt Antarctica void, ice which slowly makes sea level rise until most of the coastal areas of the world are underwater. According to the Working Group 1, the first installment of Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, sixth assessment report, the emission of greenhouse gases from human activities are responsible for 1.1 degrees Celsius of warming since 1850 to 1900, and find that the average over the next 20 years. Global temperatures is expected to reach or exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius of warming. Climate change is already affecting every region on Earth in multiple ways. The changes we'll experience will increase with additional warming, says IPCC Working Group co-chairman. But what we forgot here is that climate change is just not about temperature. Increase it is bringing has other effects also. According to the report, these include global sea level would drop by 10 centimeter by 2100. The likelihood of Arctic Ocean free of sea ice in summer would be once per century with global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius. Coral, coral reefs would decline by 70 to 90% with global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius, whereas virtually all would be lost with 2 degrees Celsius. Let's try to get the legal framework concerning the climate change. When we see the effects of climate change and how globally it is increasing, then it is important to know what the legal framework has to say about it. The United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change was provided by the Rio Conference in 1992, and it talks about reduction of greenhouse gases that were not given in Montreal Protocol. Montreal Protocol talks about how to reduce the effects so that the depletion of ozone layer could be avoided. Article 2 of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change talks about the objective of climate change by naming a general goal and criteria for determining a time frame. The Paris Agreement has been negotiated under the umbrella of the convention as follow-up to the Kyoto Protocol since 2011. It builds on voluntary contribution regard to emission reduction, especially addresses climate change adaptation and enhances reporting obligation. Let's now come to the main topic, that is climate change and public health. Climate change is the major human health issue of our time. The connection between these two has a scientific basis for a very long time. Weather and climate have known to affect human health since the time of Hippocrates. Like one can notice how an increase in temperature causes a nosebleed. If floods occur, then we see destruction and injuries and deaths of multiple people. An entire kind of diseases can be named after our tropical climate. Weather also give rise to various foodborne and waterborne diseases like hantavirus, Ebola, and various hemorrhagic fever and West Nile River. Much available text that is available highlights that the effect on public health from climate change are predominantly and most severely experienced among poor population in low and middle income countries. Indigenous populations have been identified as a highly vulnerable group within global discourse on climate change because of habitation in region undergoing rapid change and the disproportionate burden of morbidity and mortality faced by many groups. Several well-established principles are pointed out, but the main principle that goes is prevention. Prevention is of three types: primary, secondary, and tertiary. Primary talks about preventing the onset. Secondary talks about controlling the advance. And tertiary talks about avoiding the complication and restoring function. Thus, primary is telling that what steps are needed to slow and stabilize or reverse climate change, while secondary and tertiary are talking about how to emancipate what will be the effects of climate change and how to prepare ourselves for the effects of climate change. The impacts go beyond the immediate consequences arising from the direct health effects and include long-term impacts on community and household livelihood. An environment that take place through multiple pathways includes hazards from exposure to storm, displacement of people, and interruption of services, including healthcare programs, exposure to secondary hazards such as polluted water, molds in the house, mental effects such as psychological anxiety, distress, and depression due to trauma because of the impacts of climate change. There are plenty of ways you can do to slow or reduce climate change, and they are very basic. For example, you can go from you can try to involve yourself in active transport, like traveling in public transport, or going through bicycle or cycling, or that can help us to reduce various type of diseases as well. For example, risk of obesity, heart diseases, diabetes, and some cancer and musculoskeletal condition can be reduced. Eating a diet rich in plant-based foods, including fruits, vegetables, nuts, seeds, and whole grains, and with fewer animal-based food is good for your health and the environment. As a part of a well-balanced diet, regular diet, and a healthy, active lifestyle, eating the recommended amount of fruits and vegetables for men and women every day can help you reduce obesity and maintain a healthy weight, lower your cholesterol, and lower the blood pressure. Reducing your consumption of high kilojoule processed foods will help to reduce excess energy consumption and reduce the environmental impacts associated with these foods. Processed foods are generally high in saturated fats, added sugar, and take more energy to produce and usually packs, which contributes to landfill water. These benefits are not only for the health of our community, it is for demands what our health system needs. Let's now come to the topic of technological change. The question that is for now a very long time is that, is technology the solution to climate change, or is just making the situation worse? New technology may create or facilitate increased pollution, or mitigate or replace existing pollution activities. The role of technological innovation in addressing societal problems such as air pollution and water pollution is a more recent development. The main source of incurred greenhouse gas in the atmosphere are greenhouse emissions from a variety of human activities. The type of technology that human beings use would determine the use of energy, hence the emission of carbon dioxide. The huge amount of carbon dioxide released due to the use of modern technology to support human activities has created global warming and climate change. Global warming caused rapid melting of ice sheets in Antarctica and Greenland, rising sea levels and threatening millions of people who live in a low-lying area. A sharp escalation on global carbon emission has been detected in 1950, in which, along with the increase of global population, many new technologies were rapidly on the way. A number of sectors like transportation, husbandry, household, and building. In buildings, elevators and air conditioners have been invented. Many multi-stories and high-rise buildings have been built everywhere since then, and not only in the industrial countries, but also in the developing countries. The availability of air conditioners in buildings affected human behavior to wear thicker clothes like jackets, since people tend to expect that indoor environment would be less than the outdoor environment. These simple changes with human behavior have demanded more electrical energy to be used, emitting more carbon to the atmosphere, creating global warming. Digital information initiatives like smart cities have concerns surrounding ICT waste management, energy management, and emission management, which needs to be addressed for achieving long-term sustainability and viability. They are the negative impacts of the technologies. Let's enlist and see how technology is helping the climate change issue. From satellite-based surveillance systems to climate models, technology has proven essential for quantifying how the environment is changing. And these innovative approaches have provided a foundation from the effects of climate change on health can be understood and mitigated. For example, advances in sensor technology and computational modeling allow air quality to be monitored in real lifetime. Data can be leveraged on an individual basis through variables on a large scale to monitor and predict level of air pollution and act as an early warning system for those most vulnerable to high levels of pollution. Aside from air quality, studying the influence of meteorology on the virus could help predict seasonal variation in the transmission. Certainly, SARS-CoV-2 has emerged only recently as a human pathogen. There is still uncertainty as to whether its emission will be very seasonally in different parts of the world, says Associate Professor of London School of Hygiene. If modeling studies reveal sufficient evidence that seasonality in COVID-19 transmission is linked with meteorological variables like temperature and humidity, weather forecasts would be used to provide early warnings of increased risk and support response strategies. To further mitigate the health effects of climate change, technology can help healthcare system reduce the carbon fingerprint. Artificial intelligence on the radar of anyone following paradigm shift of technology today. Artificial intelligence can identify patterns with enormous amounts of data much faster and more accurately than humans. Artificial intelligence excels in pattern recognition and making predictions, and climate scientists are adapting it in a myriad of ways, from predicting climate change to protecting our seas from overfishing. After more than 60 years of evolution in the field, artificial intelligence has become ubiquitous in the last decade. These changes have prompted both excitement and trepidation regarding potential impacts in virtually all human endeavors, including public health. Most human activities like manufacturing, farming, and driving contribute to a rise of greenhouse gases. About 30% of global greenhouse emissions come from industry sector, and destroying rainforests only make things worse. Oil, coal, trees are from carbon, and when we destroy them, they will release CO2. But if we could pull back the CO2, that is what is called as carbon capture process. Carbon capture and shortage and use involve the installation of equipment in a coal, natural gas, oil, or biomass electric power or heat generating facility to remove CO2 from the exhaust and either sequester it underground or in a material or sell it for
Isha,
industrial use. Yes, sir.
Isha,
Yes, sir.
Insha, could you just summarize your research paper in just 1 minute?
Yes, sir.
We're running short of time.
Yes, sir. So concluding it, I would like to say our goals are to summarize for environment and economists currently thinking on technological change in the broader economics and to survey the growing relation to the interaction between technology and the environment and to explore the normative implication of these analytics. This is a large task inevitably requiring unfortunate but necessary omission, in particularly if we confine ourselves to the relationship between technology and problems of environmental pollution and climate change and keep an eye on various issues related to them. Several lines of healthcare research and technological developments are needed to provide data-based support for public health action and on climate change. These include empirical research on the...
Insha.
Yes.
Okay, so based on your research, what are the suggestions you would like to give?
So, what I have read... one second. Empirical research on...
Could you just point out one or two prime suggestions or main suggestions you would like to give that somehow the technological development could have impact on the human health?
Yes, sir. So I have talked about how we can, through using technology, through weather forecast, we can see when will the viruses, seasonally, the coming of viruses. And then I have again pointed out how artificial intelligence can accurately give us the numeristic data that is needed to study and research. And then I have also talked about carbon capture, the technology that is used to capture the carbon so that we can reduce the CO2 and thus improve the health standards.
Okay. Please incorporate all that in your conclusion.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So much, Insha. So the next participant is Manoj Kumar Shukla, Research Scholar, Department of Education, Galgodias University, and Ms. Manisha Chaudhary, Research Scholar, Doctor of Philosophy in Psychology, Galgodias University.
Good morning, everyone. Here I am going to share my screen. My screen is visible.
Yes, it is visible.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Myself Manisha Chaudhary, and I'm here presenting my topic: technological development, climate change, human health and welfare issue. So my introduction is environmental economics and policy talks shifted their attention to technology in the recent decade. There are two main reasons why technology progress matters. To begin, changes in technology modify the ecological footprint of human, social, and economic activity. The introduction of cutting edge technology might either exacerbate or reduce pollution or perhaps completely eradicate it. Considering that many environmental problems are government solutions are evaluated over decades or centuries, the combined effect of technological advancement is expected to be substantial. Uncertainty surrounding the features, rate, and direction of technological development is a crucial component in baseline environmental estimates. Many of the price distributions seen in global climate change models may be traced back to the distinctive assumption on the rate at which self-sufficient energy efficient can be improved. Here, our technological development is affected by the environmental policy and interventions because of the introduction of new constraints and incentives. It's possible that normative policy analysis will be impacted by the way environmental policy treats technology. They might have significant financial implications in the cost and analysis and cost effectiveness evaluation. Alteration in technology are characterized by more than only environmental issues, externalities, and market failures may affect people's quality. Our goals are to provide a summary of the current economics literature on technological change for the environmental emissions. To access the growing body of research on technology, the environmental and to delve into the normative implication of these studies. More and more research shows that the current climate change is having an impact on vector-borne and other infectious illness. There are now evidence of vector species responding to recent climate change in Europe 8, 9, 10, despite the fact that the literature to date does not constitute strong evidence of the impact of the climate change on human vector-borne disease, such as malaria. There have been latitudinal shifts in ticks, which carry tick-borne encephalitis in northern Europe. That alternative explanations, such as changes confounding factors like land use or in socio-economic, demographic, and other environmental are possible. Causes like technology. IPAD, which measures resource consumptions or pollutions per unit of GDP, have technological applications may have an avoidable unexpected impact of the nature number of circumstances. The effect of technology on the environmental cannot be ignored. The technology endeavors target nature for the sake of humankind by means of exploitations improvement. However, evaluation have optimized have tuned countless nature disturbance of these systems by technology is likely to have determined environment. Second, environmental ramifications of the conservation of mass, first rule of energy conservation, are required wherever material resource or energy move technology. Third, decreasing disorder of the entropy outside of the system like the economy. Improve order inside the system as stated by the second rule of thermodynamics. Consequently, technological order in the human economy, structures, industrializations, communications may be achieved at the expense of environmental disorder. Multiple research have shown a connection between increased entropy and negative effects on the natural and agriculture. Agriculture practices most in the throughout the world have very fine degrees of impact on the natural worlds. Agriculture practicing having varying impact on the environment. Agriculture has a tenuous relationship to environmental emission because dependence on weather and temperature. One kind of environmental effect indicator is means based, such as ground quality, which is influenced by the soil nitrogen. Another type is effect based measures the actual result of the given actions, nitrate seepage into the groundwater, effect-based indications of the issue. Agriculture has repercussions on the environment in many ways, including water, air, plant life, animal, and even the variety of soil and plants. The weather is a major environmental factor that the farmers must deal with the changes in the day-to-day life and the lot of problems which deforestation and irrigation difficulties, population thresh. Current environmental issue is to save the earth from environmental threats. Human must take the right. Neglecting these negative effects will ultimately prove the fatal of the human. People, plants, environment, geological features including mountains, atmosphere, rocks, glaciers, oceans, seas, and everything as ecosystem of earth. Water, electricity, fire, magnetism, air, and climate included numerous commonplace technology based energy and materials in body and production. There are numerous potential ways in which technology, air, water, heat, and noise pollution could be caused by technology. Carbon emission is the another subtopic. Human activities result in the release of carbon-based gases, primarily carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide. The heat is both trapped and reflected greenhouse gases. Down to ground level, again, greenhouse gases in the atmosphere have a number due to human-caused carbon emission, which in turn has led to the global warming. CO2 is released into the atmosphere through a wide variety of the human. When you use electricity produced by the burning fossil fuels, you release gases. Electronic devices such as your computer, phone, and game system require a constant supply of energy. We can reduce our impact environment via smarter technology use. Technology has also a bad effect on environment. The ecology has suffered as a result of industrialization and technology advancement. Despite its limitation, technology had led to the increased industrial output and improved major operations, which has subsequently lifted living standard. Industrialized countries continue to pollute. Their pollution is a resource they are heavily reliant on manufacturing. These articles explain how technology may harm the environment in three different ways. Two-star technology contributes to waste related pollution, rises technology is a factor in the acceleration of climate change. In conclusion, technology is blamed for the depletion of natural resource and the disruption of ecological equilibrium. Sustainable development, current problem is sustainable development. Developing nations everywhere are concerned because they fear their children and grandchildren will be able to meet the basic needs that ensure a nation's existence after WWI. Thus occurs sustainable development has implications for both the now and the future. First, define sustainable development. This is a prenative measures for the sake of future generation as well as those who are living now. The right to development, promotion of policies, practices, and enhance the global communities. The needs of sustainable developments. In the 1970s were a watershed decade of the environment and development movement. As the decade progressed, there was a significant shift in thinking about the development that questioned the accepted wisdom of economic growth. Expression like sustainable development has given the previously static discussion about development a much needed boost to fresh perspective. The problem is today world is not physical shortage but the economic and social inequality and maltreatment. It has been problem since UNEP 1975 declaration that environmental management entails sustainable development and the subsequent Brundtland reports assertion that economic advancement must be more securely constructed on the spot of capital is sustaining. Importance of sustainable development. The pace of global progress is well known. We have come a long way from days of nomadic tribes with tight-knit communities in deeply ingrained norms of respect for kin man, the natural world, and individual genius. Thanks for your help and support. Our society has become obvious to toll the rapid development has on the planet's natural resource. And there are conclusion, and Manoj Shukla will explain the conclusion of this topic. I'm going to move next.
Hello. Am I, hello? Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Conclusion. In this our analysis, we have zeroed in on two crucial elements of the project at hand. First is decarbonize healthcare so that it doesn't add to climate change. This includes making sure that health IT is not adding to emission. The second goal is to be safeguard and improve people's health by intervening in the process through which climate change is having an effect. Health information can also make a difference into other key areas. Bolstering healthcare services, resilience in the face of growing frequency and severity of climate change, healthcare harming impacts, and empowering public health function to adopt new monitoring and communication practice to minimize avoiding health harms. Health informative professional can do their part of alleviating just crisis by incorporating an emphasis on climate issues into their own work's goal and objective by hosting forums to encourage creative thinking on the subject, and by developing responsible practice standard through their respective professional societies. In order to take the lead, the field of health information must adopt a more all in comparison perspective of linked and sustainable healthcare and apply its ideal of enhancing healthcare via information technology to the massive reality of the climate health consequence. The field of health informatics has to do more adopt to the problem of safeguarding human healthcare in warming world. And other sector of the health industry need to use the science of informatics to have a bigger effect on climate health. Here are some references. Just minute, I'm sharing them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we are moving on to the next participant, that is Miss Ramanshi Singh, student of BTech, CSE AI, Jamia Hamdard University, Delhi, India. She is going to present on the topic Impact of Technology on Environment.
Am I audible? Good
Yes.
afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone present here. So, my topic for today's presentation is impact of technology on environment. Can I share my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so impact of technology on environment. So from the past 10 years, artificial intelligence has made such theoretical progress that it is seen how as a tool of prime to solve environmental issues. And in the first place, greenhouse gas emissions. Deep learning public began to that training models with more and more parameters required a lot of energy, and as a consequence, GHG emissions. The complete environmental effects of AI methods for environment are questioned and has never been talked directly. Installation of smart grids in cities can utilize artificial intelligence techniques to regulate and control parts of neighborhood power grid to deliver exactly the amount of electricity needed or requested from its dependents against the use of conventional power grids that can be wasteful due to unplanned power distribution. In this paper, we offer a study to possible negative impact of AI for green by revising first the different types of AI impacts and by discussing how to access the environmental usefulness of a general AI service. So here comes the introduction. As we know, there is an increase in number of papers in the AI literature addressing the environmental impact of deep learning programs. In recent years, highlighted the impacts of training NLP models in terms of energy consumption and carbon footprint proposed by the concept of green AI, and several tools were created to evaluate machine learning energy consumption. According to AI systems will have a major impact on the environment in terms of their indirect effects on the global digital sector. In the same vein, warns that optimizing actions for a limited set of parameters, profit, job, security, etc., without regard for these broader impacts can have some consequences for others. AI is frequently presented as a solution to environmental problems. Frequently, under the broader scope of it for green, the negative environmental impacts are briefly evoked, particularly rebound effects where unitary efficiency gains can lead to an increase in plus global GHG emissions. But no quantification of all AI's environmental costs is proposed to close the loop between AI for green and green AI. We examine how existing methodologies in life cycle analysis can be implemented to comprehensively evaluate the direct environmental impacts of an AI service. We discuss how to evaluate the environmental value of an artificial intelligence service designed for environmental purposes. We argue that this type of work can only demonstrate a service technical potential, which may not be representative of its potential in a real world context. Inspiration evaluating the impacts of an AI service is not fundamentally different from evaluating the impacts of another its service. But AI has unique characteristics that must be considered because they increase its environmental impact. A significant amount of computation time and resources are required for training deep neural models, partly because the model learns a comprehensive representation that allows it to better treat the data, in contrast to other type of models. So what basically technology is? It is the use of man-made hardware and knowledge to create objects that increases human capabilities to perform a task they could not otherwise perform. Objects are invented, designed, produced, and consumed. New technologies emerges from uncertain embryonic stages with proposed solutions frequently rejected. If they are accepted, they will spread and the technologies will continue to grow and improve with more applications that can be integrated with existing technologies and infrastructures. The result of complex interacting demographic, economic, and lifestyle forces its demand growth. Eventually, the existing technologies improves, potential is exhausted, and diffusion becomes saturated, allowing for the introduction of alternative solutions. There are three types of technologies that can exist at any time. Mature technology that can be improved further, incremental technology that can be improved through learning and R&D, and revolutionary technology. The effects of technology on the environment have been both direct and indirect. Because of the internet's interconnectivity and globalization, environmentally friendly technology is possible. Many researchers believe that in the future, every electrical device, including vehicles, will be linked, resulting in the development of smart cities. Furthermore, social media is an example of how technology can be used to raise environmental awareness. People can use internet, form groups, virtual forums, and laboratories to conduct conversations, share research, and hold discussions. All of this reduces the need to meet in person, which reduces pollution. Many countries have already begun to embrace smart technology. One such country is the United Kingdom, where electric vehicles are on the road and there are more charging stations than fuel stations. Now, environmental impact of technologies. Okay, so new technologies have the potential to create entirely new substances like DDT and chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs. Many of these new substances have novel and direct environmental effects. Indirect effects results from human ability to mobilize vast resources and significantly increase economic output through productivity and efficiency. Gains from continuous technological change, for example, the abolition of infectious disease such as typhoid and cholera, has increased life expectancy, which combined with shorter working hours and rising incomes, has altered time budgets and expenditure, allowing behavior to manipulate it to cause significant environmental changes. Environmental pollution is caused by poor technology management and also control measures in recent years. Technology advancement has resulted in production of more machines, weapons, devices, and automobiles. So here are some suggestions which I would like to give. First one is you can reduce your reliance on technology in order to save environment. Second, place technological waste in areas where humans do not live. Third, for clean water, use water filtration technology and use recycling capable technology whenever possible. So I would conclude with saying that finally a greater proportion of environmental problems are direct result of technology mismanagement by innovators and users. A small portion of environmental issues are related to economic, social, and political factors. Human activities cause natural pollution of the environment, disruption of ecological systems, natural resources, and depletion and climatic changes caused by global warming are technologically featured influence. Technology is important in terms of development and increased productivity in order to meet human needs, but uncontrolled technology has a negative impact on the environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Vikalp sir and Ms. Mehak ma'am, do you want to give your suggestions or any inputs on this?
Yeah, okay. Can you just share the last slide of your suggestions?
Okay, ma'am, just a second.
Yeah. No, what are your suggestions pertaining to this?
Okay.
Yeah, so your first suggestion in itself is reduce your reliance on technology.
Yes, ma'am.
With, of course, after COVID, during lockdown, everybody had to resort to technology, and technology has become something, an integral part of our lives. We are
Yes, ma'am.
sitting here because of technology. You're presenting because of technology. So in what manner do you suggest we reduce the reliance on technology?
Ma'am, basically, people are so much dependent on technology that they forget that what is the actual use of technology. Like we can use it to save environment, but significantly it is impacting negatively on environment.
I understand it is impacting significantly negative towards the environment, and of course there are a lot of factors which are responsible apart from technology. But I just wanted to, wanted to understand your perception on it, because we are in such a situation that, of course, technology is affecting us. But how do you say we reduce the reliance on technology so that it helps the environment per se? And your topic was technology and impact of technology on environment.
Yes, ma'am.
So to conclude it, to end it, you would like to say that technology has adverse impacts on the environment, right?
And it has both.
Okay. What are the positive sides? What are your suggestions pertaining to the positive side?
Like you said, after COVID, we are all are dependent on technology, and many of the work are being done by technology itself.
Yeah.
So in this way, technology has a positive impact, but on environment, it is creating negative impact, because as factories causes pollution and
Okay, I'll give you an example and we'll conclude it after that.
Okay.
The positive side, negative side, of course, with advancement, it is impacting the environment. Everybody is aware. Positive side, let's take a very practical example. We are all sitting here today in this session. If it would have been a physical session, all of us would have been to the venue. A lot of fuel consumption, a lot of pollution. That ways we've saved that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Food consumption.
Yes, ma'am.
right?
Yes, yes.
That ways, I mean, in this situation also that we are resorting to technology for this event, there are a lot of things that you can think of. Similarly, when you're giving suggestions, of course, negative aspect is there. Just think of some other innovative suggestions also from the positive side.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhumanshi. Thank you, ma'am. So now we are moving forward to the next session. I would like to invite Ms. Manjusha Devi to please take over. Good evening, everyone. Now we are moving to the final session, session 5. Theme of the session 5 is liberal limits of environmental law. The chair of the session is Professor Dr. Anu Mehra, Professor, University of Delhi. Welcome, ma'am, to the session. So the first presenter of today of this test session is Gobi H, research scholar, Department of Studies, Economic, Devangere University, Karnataka. And he is co-authoring with Megha S and Dr. K.B. Rangappa. The paper of presentation is a study on the relationship between groundwater resources and sustainability of agricultural and non-agricultural aspects. Over to you, sir.
Yes, good evening all. Am I audible?
Yes. Yes, sir, you are audible.
Let me share my screen. Yes, I am Gopi H, research scholar from Department of Studies in Economics of Davangere University in Karnataka. Today, I'd like to present my paper on the topic of a study on the relationship between groundwater resources and the sustainability of agriculture and non-agricultural aspects or activities. Yes, of course, by what purpose I have chosen this content is, of course, human well-being and environmental sustainability are the most important key factors in the economic development. And also they are directly dependent and have a direct relationship with each other. Under the environmental sustainability, water resource is one of the most important thing, but it has been continually declining nowadays. Under the water resource, groundwater resource is an another vital source for meet off of the demand for irrigation and industrial production and municipal water needs for both rural and urban, as we know already. uh, yes, due to get huge output and productivity, what farmers have been doing nowadays, they are digging more bore wells. This scenarios what has been impacting on the agricultural land and the agricultural labor force and the non-agricultural labor force is by my today's topic. Yes, when I was look at to the literature review, many of the researchers who identified the groundwater resources issues and issues and management aspects regarding the agriculture and industrial sector and the service sector. But the thing is, we need to know the impact of groundwater resources on agricultural labors and the non-agricultural activities. So that I focused only here the impact or the relationship between the agricultural labor and non-agricultural activities with respect to the groundwater resources. Yes, as I noticed already, the main objective of the study is to critically evaluate the impact of the exploitation of groundwater resources on the sustainability of agricultural lands and the non-agricultural activities. That too, particularly, what is that? The digging bore wells. Yes, The present study employs an descriptive and analytical research framework by using the primary and secondary source of data. By taking few Karnataka districts randomly where the agricultural, the groundwater issues was popular, those kinds of districts only chosen. An observational and a systematic questionnaire method was used to gather the data, and at the same time to collect the secondary sources as per the years 2018, 19, 19, 20 and 2021 data has been taken from the Central Groundwater Board. Yes, with that data, I framed a few tables and graphs under the methodological part. Yes, this is what the table by 2018 to 1819 to 2021. How many bowels, how many dug wells were digged, and along with the tube wells. Yes, by looking the data, we can frame the graph. By graph, we can say there has been declining in digging bore wells and tube wells. Why? Because nowadays the reasons for declining the dug wells and tube wells as per the Central Groundwater Board is, of course, in Karnataka state, the
Sir,
groundwater. Hello.
sorry to interrupt you, but you are not like moving your slides.
Excuse me, ma'am. Sorry.
Your slide is not moving. That it is on the first slide only.
First
You are
slide.
supposed to change the slide. Okay.
Now, madam.
Yes, sir. It is fine now.
Sorry. Yes. Yes. Just have a look on the graph. How many bowels has been dug in Karnataka since 2018 to 21? It has been drastically declining. Why? Because the groundwater declined 69% in Karnataka comparing to the other states, rest of the states in India. And also there has been rapid construction activities in the industrial and service sector. Along with that, the population has been also growing rapidly and drastically. And the next thing is exceeded bowels in a few regions than the required in a land. Farmers nowadays, what has been doing, suppose for example, they have only 2 hectares of land or 2 acres of land. Their single bowel is enough, but due to getting more output and productivity, they have been doing some other extra activities there, so that they are digging more bore wells, so that also there has been declining in the groundwater resources in Karnataka. And also India performed worse growth water resources, especially in the southern part, such as namely in the states of Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and Karnataka. This was not only witnessed for the worst groundwater resources and also concerned with the decline rate much lower than the national average. Rest of the other with the rest of the other states. Now let us have a look on what are the impacts over the exploitation of groundwater on agricultural land. Of course, very firstly, we can say that the agricultural land converting into eucalyptus plantation. See, nowadays farmers, what have been doing, they are converting their lands into the plantation for doing commercial crops businesses, so that we can also say there the food grain productivities also have been declining. So that is the first impact. The next one is depressed agricultural level of income. Of course, as we well known about, India is an agrarian country, but at the same time, nowadays one most important quotation is there. That is what the agricultural dependency has been declining. So why the agricultural sector has the nature of declining? we can say we can add this point also there. Due to depressed agricultural level of income, definitely the agricultural sector, uh, uh, the dependency of the agricultural sector definitely will decline. So behind that, we can add this point there. Due to lower groundwater resources, definitely the agriculture dependency will be low, and also there will be depressed agriculture level of income. Then later we can see the household's income affects mechanism. Of course, there is an income affect mechanism. There is a chain link for the consumption of every farmer with respect to his earnings. With where the earnings depressed, definitely his income effect, his income mechanism definitely affects. Then next thing is, due to lower groundwater resources, definitely can't use such a good modern technology, so that definitely he's going to has low productivity and low output. And the next thing is, this is what relates relates to the agriculture, sorry, non-agricultural labors. Most of the farmers shifting to the non-agricultural activities. Why? Because they are not getting any kind of labor, any kind of worthwhile activities in the agricultural field. And at the same time, the local industries develop to mediate the effect, where the local industries are available surroundings to the agricultural land. There that industries, that kind of industries grab the agricultural forces towards to them. And of course, as I noticed already, it is evidence of substantial asset dissimulation and an increase in the debt. Of course, many of the farmers have been suffering from the debt crisis, that is also by the lower groundwater resources in the agricultural land. And the last thing is, the situation of Karnataka was worse than the dry state of Rajasthan, which recorded a groundwater level decline in 50% of wells survived. And the next thing is, the approaches have to be initiated. What kind of approaches we need to be initiated to enrich the groundwater resources to comfortably survival of the agricultural labor force and non-agricultural labor force? Firstly, we need to do what? Artificial research, recharge of groundwater resources, where we can artificially recharge the groundwater resources. Where there is a heavy rain, that place has to be uh, convert some kinds of recharge structures like check dams, lakes, krishi vandas, canals, etc. With those, we can artificially recharge the groundwater resources. Then, of course, as I noticed already, last 2 decades, there were many borewells dug, and also they dried up already. Government, and also it is also duty of farmers, they have to make alternative initiatives to recharge the dried up borewells where they available, where they appears. That is the thing here. And it is also very important to maintain the burns and rolling topography and trenches in the agricultural surrounding lands. And the next thing is rooftop rainwater harvesting. It is also a very good habit of farmers if they maintained the rooftop rainwater harvesting. And also it is very importantly, there is a need of awareness among farmers, farming community, to what, to save the water, especially to utilization of groundwater resources where it is availably, where it is hugely available. And at the same time, it is not only the duty of farmers, it is a kind of duty by the government side also. The government has to uh, create a mass awareness about the irrigational programs and water resource and groundwater resource, etc. And with this, what we can do, the reallocation of labor is achieved without substantial resort to migration or even employment is nearby villages, arguing against the likelihood that worsening the groundwater trends will result in large waves of environmental refugee. Yes, with all these, what I would like to convey here with the conclusion, of course, farmers have to know the groundwater structure firstly, such as namely the static and dynamic nature of groundwaters. Uh, Based on that, they have to dig borewell scientifically and systematically. Nowadays, yes, of course, farmers are taking help of geologists. At the same time, they have to ignore the traditional way of pointing the bore wells, because most of the bore wells have been failing. Due to that reason also, they have to avoid such kind of things. And of course, comparing to the rest of the southern states, Karnataka in the worst stage with respect to the groundwater resources, it has been declining around 69% with rest of the other states of southern parts. That has to be recovery by the the suggestions of central groundwater board, and also there is a need of state government. And lastly, um, what due to low groundwater resources, many of the farmers have been turning towards to the non-industrial sector, so that definitely the agricultural dependency has been declining, and also they are getting depressed level of income. So to eradicate these problems, to resolve these kinds of problems, groundwater resource has to be enriched to comfortably survival the labor force which are available in the agricultural and non-agriculture sector. Yes, with this I'd like to say thanks to the organizing institution and the organizing team as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anu ma'am, any questions?
I think I would like to interrupt in between. That will take the question in the end. And I would like to invite the second speaker in this particular session.
Okay, ma'am. So we are going to the second speaker, Mr. Sapresh Devidas and Ms. Vaivavi Rane, Assistant Professor, Govind Ramnath Khare College of Law, Goa University. The paper for presentation is Citizen Science, a new approach towards monitoring national and international biodiversity. Over to you.
Thank you. Can you please confirm if I'm audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening to the the chairperson of this session. The topic for our presentation is Citizen Science, a new approach towards monitoring national and international biodiversity. It is jointly published by Mr. Sapresh Devidas and me, by Vaivavi Rane. I'll be presenting the paper by myself. The objective of this paper is, it is said that the best vaccine for our future is to protect our nature and biodiversity. While in the recent pandemic, we have seen that the outbreak of the COVID-19 was majorly due to the meddling with the biodiversity. It is high time that we protect our biodiversity. Protecting wildlife and natural habitats is increasingly becoming important in the 21st century. The destruction and loss of natural habitats, illegal exploitation of wildlife, overexploitation of resources, and lack of conservation awareness have had a negative impact on our biodiversity and the ecosystem. Now, to meet all the collective commitments, that is, in order to protect our ecosystem, it is necessary to protect and monitor biodiversity. It is essential today that the world's governments and NGOs, as well as the research communities, use all possible sources of data and information, including new and rapidly growing source, such as the citizen science, to protect our biodiversity. Now, what is citizen science? That would be one of the agenda on today's paper. Thus, this research aims to explore what is citizen science and look at the current scenario and the future challenges and opportunities for citizen science. The first question, what is citizen science? Citizen science highlights the involvement of volunteers in science. Now, it involves the contributory approach between professionals and vigilant citizens. Now, this concept of citizen science is further divided into collaborative and co-project citizen science. It basically means here the citizens, or rather non-professionals, help the professionals in protecting the environment. Citizen science is an important tool for democratizing science and promoting the goal of universal and fair access to scientific data and information. Especially in environmental monitoring, where use of data is important, the citizen science contribution model is usually the most relevant and globally accepted. Thus, in simple words, citizen science is merely reporting by vigilant citizens. Now, how does citizen science work? A citizen science project can involve one person or millions of people working together towards a common goal. Now, the public is usually involved in the process of data collection, analysis, or reporting. How to identify whether a project uses citizen science? Now, there are certain features to it. Firstly, anyone can participate in a citizen science project. Participants use the same protocol which is prescribed so that the data can be combined and is of high quality. Thirdly, data can help real scientists to reach real conclusions. And a broad community of scientists and volunteers collaborate and share data accessible to both the public and the scientists. So these are some of the features of a citizen science project. Now, massive collaboration that occurs through citizen science enables investigation on continental and global scales, leading for decades to discover what a single scientist could never achieve in his own lifetime. Now, who can be a part of citizen science? Now, this is a very important question. Now, any person or any group of citizens who are curious or concerned people who want to collaborate with the professional scientists in a way that advances scientific research on a topic of interest to them can be a part of citizen science. So we see that it is the interest and the need to be vigilant for our better future is an integral part of citizen science. Citizen science is used as a monitoring tool. Monitoring to assess spatial and temporal trends in biodiversity is increasingly becoming important as human populations and resources are expanding. As a tool for collecting data on biodiversity, citizen science is a particularly effective way of monitoring at broad geographic and temporal scales. Citizen science enables the integration of monitoring in hypothesis-driven research, promoting an understanding and appreciation of the scientific methods and the nature of scientific inquiry. Now, although we have been using the word scientific here, when we use the word scientific, it is with regard to the nature and the biodiversity as such. And here, when citizens do not need to involve themselves into the technicalities of what science generally means. Citizen science to monitor biodiversity holds the potential to change public attitudes towards science, the environment, and conservation. As active participation in monitoring is a formal learning experience. Now we are going to look at instances of citizen science as a monitoring tool. Now here I'm going to give examples across globe and in India where citizen science is used to monitor our nature and biodiversity. The first is the Bird Studies Canada and British Trust for Ornithology, where many bird-related science projects are taken up. We can see the logo of this organization on the screen. The Nature Watch is a collaboration between Nature Canada, the University of Guelph, and the Environment Ecology Monitoring and Assessment Network. Now, Nature Work has volunteer monitoring networks for amphibians, which is called the Frog Watch, to support awareness of social ecology, which is called the Worm Watch, and the phenomenological projects related to climate change, which is called the Plant Watch and Ice Watch. Now, the logo of Nature Watch is once again present on the screen. Journey North focuses on engaging students in tracking the migration and phenology
of wildlife across a range of taxonomic groups. Monarch Watch is a gateway to several different types of monarch butterflies monitoring project. Now, these are some of the instances across the globe which uses citizens, students, and interested participants as citizen science as a monitoring tool. Now, coming to India, citizen science in India. Now, during the COVID-19 pandemic, digital technology was used to promote digital science in India. Now, the primary example of citizen science is the Ganga project that is called Namami Gange. Now, the National Mission for Clean Ganga, NMCG, launched by the Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation under the Ministry of Jal Shakti, the Government of India, in association with the Wildlife Institute of India, has taken initiative by launching an Android application called Ganga Data Collector and Facebook pages such as Glimpse of Ganga, Ganga Rejuvenation under the project Biodiversity Conservation and Ganga Rejuvenation to monitor the biodiversity of the Ganges River involving a local community, which are known as Guardians of the Ganga or Ganga Prahari. Now, these trained volunteers share photos, videos of recorded species, their mortality, rescue operations, along with other data on water quality, prohibited activities such as illegal fishing and habitat degeneration due to pollution and mining. Now, this project helps to enables the government in order to ensure that its objective is met and the objective of Namami Gange is met. Now, besides this, the citizen science can be used to monitor illegal wildlife trade in Himalayas. It is also used to monitor fish diversity in Ganga River through digital technology. Now, the World Wildlife Crime Report of 2020, it was found that the number of endangering and endangered species, the exploitation against them has increased, and protecting them can promote climate change, that is preventing climate change. And here we say that using citizen science will allow data collection. However, for this, the data collection process must be multilingual and different structures must be adopted, different communities must be engaged. Now, similarly, in line with the previous slide, fish diversity in the Ganga River is also recorded and it is collected from the communities. Citizen science can be used to monitor the sustainable development goals, which are the indicators which have been set by expert groups, that is by the United Nations, and checking whether each nation has achieved their target. The best way to go forward with this is citizen science, which can be used to monitor the accomplishment of these goals. Now, using of technology to enforce citizen science is one of the critical parts here. During the pandemic, the citizen science faced a setback. However, in India, it was overcome by using digital technology, as we have seen, that is by the coming up with the Android app. Secondly, by using Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter, and dedicated mobile applications to monitor biodiversity and nature across the globe. The same practice needs to be followed in other aspects of citizen science. In conclusion, we would like to say global diversity monitoring is urgently needed worldwide to assess the impact of environmental change on biodiversity. And one of the ways to increase the monitoring is through citizen science. It is pertinent to train the vigilant citizens on what this concept of citizen science is and to engage them more. Although hands-on training is more important for handling of tools, other things such as sharing of photos or intimating the professionals via email or WhatsApp or any other apps can largely help at the initial stages. Some of the suggestions that we would like to make are mobilizing the citizens for society, awareness on mobilizing the citizens in conserving biodiversity and natural resources, enforcing the idea of citizen science in ongoing projects in India, and to promote technology in citizen science. Thank you.
Yes, now I would like to call upon the next speaker.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for such an informative session. And next, I would like to call the next presenter, Mr. Ubendra Grewal and Dr. Manisha Mathulia Both are assistant professors, School of Law, IPEM University, Moradabad. The paper they are going to present is Role of State in Protecting the Environment. Over to you, sir.
Hello, how are you? It's a great to be here on this event. I congratulate all the organization for the quality of the event presented. And now I speak Spanish. Y la cuestión de una administración pública, de una innovación tecnológica que facilita la aplicación de una transparencia efetiva para la mejora de los servicios, especialmente el acceso a la salud, la cuestión de la protección ambiental, sobre todo durante la pandemia de COVID-19, dada la flexibilización de las normas, no solo en América Latina, mas también en todos los países. Y así percebemos que una administración pública orientada para el desarrollo sostenible, que busca resultados, se diferencia de outros sistemas administrativos, já que aponta maiores níveis de eficiência do aparato estatal e impulsiona reformas em outras áreas da administração, sempre aplicadas a entidades e níveis de governo. E a gestão pública transparente trabalha sobre políticas públicas, planos estratégicos e operativos, preocupada sempre por resultados e também sobre a simplificação da burocracia institucional. Em Brasil, temos muitos problemas com a questão da corrupção, uma relação de clientelismo, favoritismo personal, de uma função pública meritocrática e qualificada que traduz uma autonomia de los empregados expertos, e assim é necessário ter um sistema de compliance para avaliação e gestão do conhecimento e também aplicada não só às empresas, mas também ao setor público. E a questão de uma importância de uma modernização da administração pública orientada ao desenvolvimento sustentável, que busca melhores decisões para lograr a prestação de serviços de caráter social, modernizar a gestão pública, aportar eficiência aos processos e também mais inclusiva com a participação dos cidadãos em la avaliação dos serviços públicos, uma sugerência de ideias por meio de portais de transparência. Um Estado mais transparente e acessível busca fomentar a participação cidadã em seus distintos níveis, especialmente em la população socialmente vulnerável, pessoas com discapacidades, grupos econômicos desfavorecidos e minorias étnicas. E assim, só é possível uma melhora em la questão de la proteção medioambiental, com a facilidade também de acesso a los portales de transparência de la administração pública, a questão de la proteção de desenvolvimento sustentável. Tienes que ter também uma transparência de los dados, de los contratos com a administração pública, e também sobre a programação, sobre a política pública de inovação tecnológica, com o objetivo de reduzir o impacto da atividade da indústria em o meio ambiente. E assim, aqui em Brasil, tens uma questão de dados abertos que devem conter uma informação pública privada facilmente acessível e disponível que pode ser reutilizada por qualquer pessoa. E assim, os dados podem ser acessíveis para pessoas que tienes un interés de hacer una rendición de cuentas de los gobernantes y también una elaboración de propuestas de políticas públicas, que tienes una propuesta en Brasil, en América Latina y el Caribe, y creo que es una dirección para todos los estados, los gobiernos que tienes una preocupación con la transparencia pública, con la innovación tecnológica y también contra la lucha contra la corrupción, desarrollando programas de compliance y un sector público para la mejora de la gestión gubernamental. Muchas gracias a todos. Thank you for invitation. It's an honor for me. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the concluding remarks by Ms. Isabella Moreira Domingos. She is the research scholar at the Federal University of Santa Catarina, Brazil. So all the presenters have finished the presentation in session 5. And ma'am, so it's for you to give some suggestions.
Yes. First, I would like to thank the organizers, the IP, Law Academy, and I thank you all the participants who presented very well. I don't know just now who has finished from the international participant. I was not able to understand the language she presented. Only the word technology I understand. So I couldn't comment on that, but maybe if translation happens, she has presented very well. The other participant, what I would like to say, the topic is a very relevant these days for environmental issues, SDG goals and all. The participants, they reflected on new things, first participant Gopi H, he reflected on the groundwater, the roof water, kind of the measure how the farmers can use that water, and what are the different measures apart from the normal natural way we are been having. So it is really a thought-provoking and a highlighting thing to understand, to reflect on. The other second participant also talked about the citizen, the science, and citizen science is again a new word these days, and how the technology is been, they are used to promote all these, related with the different means, the websites, the media, the, emails. So we all, have taken benefit from the speakers' opinions, and I think all presented very well, because it can be more, elaborated way if it happens in a physical mode. So we are on this due to this way that we have been, interacting in this way during this, technical session. So I wish all the participants to elaborate their papers in a very much, research way, and they try to publish it in a very you can say systematic way, the empirical data to be collected on different parts for this. And I would again would like to thank the organizers, to conduct this kind of wonderful, vibrant way at this conference. I wish best of luck to all the organizer, the participants, and especially Advocate Rajesh, who has given me this opportunity to participate and chairing this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you everyone. Now we are moving to the valedictory session. I would like to invite Ms. Ritu Paul to commence the session. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the valedictory session. I am indeed very happy to see you all here in this valedictory session of the third International E-Conference on Environment, Climate Change and Sustainability. So to commence with the valedictory session, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Harpreet Kaur for the valedictory address. Ma'am has experience of 32 years in educational arena. At present, she is principal of Mata Sundari College for Women, University of Delhi. She is on editorial board of the Sikh Review and advisor GISS New York. As an educationist and women leader, she was given Commonwealth Innovation Forum and Awards 2021 for leadership in women education, the Great Indian Teachers Award 2021, the Great Indian Women Award 2021, Digital Media Award 2021, and Stree Gaurav Award 2021 for valuable contribution in social field. I welcome you, ma'am. The session is all yours.
Thank you. I would like to share a screen first. Please allow that. Yeah. So I thank the first of all I thank you for inviting me for this validity session, and your session have been very interesting. I happen to hear just a little part of it, but sustainability, which is largely a very important issue, has to be discussed and disseminated, and that is why today's conference or conferences like today are very important, that we explore new issues and try to find out solutions to that. So in that vein, I want to present about green building industry, the ecological perspective of it. Now, what is a smart city? I want to explain first of all, because nowadays we are talking about everything which is very smart, and including the cities. A city is smart when investment in human and social capital, that traditional transport is there, but we combined it with the modern ICT and communications infrastructure. Also, economic and social development is there. The quality of life is improving day by day, and we do the wise management of natural resources through participatory governance. Now, this definition is very broad. That means smart city comprises of various things. That is not only the modern infrastructure which is there, but also traditional infrastructure is at the core of it. But how we make it smart is the most important facet of it. Why this concept of smart cities has emerged, that why do we need it? Firstly, we have seen overpopulation. In the last 50 years, the population of the world has doubled, and this caused the dearth of resources. And so what is happening is that our world's population is becoming more and more, and resources are becoming scarce. So by 2050, 66% of the world population is expected to live in cities. So this would result in more and more overcrowding, heavy strain on energy, transportation, water, building, and public spaces. That is why we need smart cities which are efficient, sustainable, which are more livable, and which are capable of generating economic prosperity as well as social well-being. Now, what smart cities includes? Now, we see that smart city is basically an intelligent notion, but it covers everything: smart living, smart education, smart citizen, smart government, smart infrastructure, smart utility, smart mobility, smart environment, and smart business. So all the aspects, whether it is economic, whether it is social, whether it is environmental, all are a part and parcel of it. So we have to see that it's, for example, smart utility. This is becoming very popular nowadays, that energy efficiency is the more at the core of it. The emissions should reduce, and the use of smart meters should begin. So these are various facets which the smart cities include. So smart city basically includes all the infrastructure, but this smart city mission was inaugurated by India and introduced by a government of India on June 25th, 2015. The goal was basically to encourage cities to offer basic infrastructure, a good quality life, clean and sustainable environment for the residents by implementing smart solutions. 100 cities from all over India for 5-year duration was selected from 2015 to 16 and again 2019 to 20. Initially, this mission was to be completed by 1920, but it is extended up to 2023 due to COVID pandemic. But smart city mission includes, first of all, the core infrastructure. That is, the continuous electricity supply should be there, water supply, solid waste management system, better transportation. All this core infrastructure is basically at the core of it. Applying smart solution is the next part of it, that we have to apply modern technology, ICT, to implement smart solution to enhance the effectiveness of the core infrastructure. Because core infrastructure we do have now also, but there are certain issues with it, and so we have to find solutions to that. Then thirdly is area-based development, that is improvement and redevelopment of cities, whether it is retrofitting or renewing, or as well as city extension, greenfield development. An example of retrofitting in Delhi is Kidwai Nagar, which has come up beautifully near AIMS, which is an example of retrofitting and redevelopment. So these 100 cities of India under the Smart City Mission are, they cover 21% of the urban population. The for 4 rounds from January to 2016 to 18, but each of these cities who are selected to be smart cities have to accomplish their projects within 5 years. Cities as such are diverse, but how we pick up those cities to be smart cities? So each city has to develop their own concept and vision. Each city, for example, Jaipur has got this pink city kind of a tag, and so and they have their own handicrafts and own infrastructure, so they have to project that. And then you have to develop your own concept, your own vision, aligned to the local context. And then a challenge method is there, where intrastate city selection is based on the basis of the objective criteria. They identify cities, and then these cities are selected for the All India competition, which is for the multiple rounds. Now, these smart city mission has progressed. In 2016, 20 number of cities were selected. 65% of the projects were completed. Then again, in 2016, 13 and 40% were projects completed. In September 2016, 54% were completed. 17, 33%, and 18, 35% of the projects were completed. Sustainable development and smart city mission is intertwined. They are interlinked to each other. The aim is to make everything more smarter, more efficient, more equitable, more livable, and more sustainable. Now, this long structural plan, this is actually related to that also. Basically, if we are becoming more smarter in our approach, what will happen is the world's economic and social order is going to enhance as well. So the stress on environment will reduce eventually, but economic growth will be there. So perception of urban smartness is well linked with this environment-centric concept. But today what is happening is, sadly, we can say that sustainable smart cities is still a new idea, but environmentally sustainable smart cities is yet to emerge, because everything, the core of everything should be environment, which probably we are forgetting. We are talking about smart cities, smart solutions, but we are just sometimes ignoring and undermining nature. The 3 dimensions of sustainable development are economic dimension, economic and environmental dimensions. Now, these are 3 dimensions. For example, environmental dimension talks about keeping environment system in balance. Economic dimension talks about economic and technological activities at local as well as international levels. Social dimension talks about equally in that everyone should participate equally in the decision making process. But India's smart city mission integrates all the three dimensions, but environmental dimension is still somewhere lacking. So we can emphasize on green buildings, and that is one aspect of it. What is green building? Green building is one building which those buildings which incorporate this these buildings in their design, construction, operation. They reduce and eliminate the negative impacts. They can create positive impacts on our climate and natural environment. They also preserve the natural resources, improve the quality of our lives. What are green building features? Green building features are that we consider everything on the basis of environment, whether it is design, whether it is construction, whether it is operations, everything is based on green building focus. Pollution and waste reduction measures should be there, enabling the reuse and recycling, efficient use of energy, water and other resources, good indoor environmental quality, use of material that are non-toxic, ethical and sustainable, consideration of quality of life of occupants in design, construction, operation, and design that enables adaptation in the changing environment. What are green building features are that a building can be green, it can be home, it can be office, school, hospital, community center, anything. But these distinctive climatic conditions, they are adjusted to unique culture, they cater to, and also diverse building types and ages, wide-ranging environmental, economic, and social priorities, all of these shape the green building. So all the aspects are there in the green building. Benefits of green building is they are resilient to climate change, they create sustainable, thriving communities, and also drive economic growth. Because somewhere we are saving energy, and somewhere we are saving our resources, and that is why these benefits of green building is that economic growth is there. Then green building technology and sustainable development is a new concept. This has been experimented by many organizations and individuals around the world. These are the buildings that use less energy, less water and other resources, and they aim at making environment more friendly, sustainable, resilient and healthy. Green building technology has environmental benefits, social and economic benefits. The environmental benefits is that wastage of water is reduced, natural resources are conserved, air and water quality is maintained, and biodiversity and ecosystem is protected. Social benefits is that quality of life improves, minimum strain on local infrastructure, improve occupant health and comfort, and they increase resource productivity. Economic benefits are they reduce operating cost, improve occupant productivity, create market for green product services. Benefits again of green building are they reduce the carbon footprint, that is the most important issue nowadays, reduce water consumption because they use rainwater harvesting, even desalinization technology if necessary, reduce waste generation, reduce pollution, and state governments are today giving concession to the green buildings, also giving clearance also. How can we make our buildings green? We can make our buildings green also by their design, by construction, by the way of operation, by the way of maintenance, by the way of renovation, or even in demolition. The buildings are demolished in a manner that they produce less pollution. Then taking an intelligent approach to energy will make the building green, minimizing energy use in all stages of building life cycle, new and renovated buildings, making them more comfortable, less expensive to run, because we all know that we need energy to use. But if we go in for solar and non-conventional sources, naturally it will be less expensive to run. Then in the design, it should be natural efficiency should be there, and also integrating renewable and low carbon technologies to supply the building energy needs. Safeguarding water resources is also important, that drinking water should be very pure. Wastewater efficiencies and management should be there. Water harvesting is very important. Minimizing water use in building, and also this drainage infrastructure should be there. That because sometimes there are storm water is there, or sometimes too much of excessive rain is there, then there is not much strain on the infrastructure. So the building should be designed in a manner that the wastewater flows out very smoothly. Minimizing waste and maximizing reuse, that is very important. Fewer and more durable material should be used. Less waste should be generated, and accounting for buildings end of life stage by designing for demolition based recovery. So even when the building is being demolished, that particular thing is being used for or either reuse or recycling is possible and managed. Then promoting health and well-being is another aspect of green buildings. Good indoor air quality through ventilation, avoiding materials and chemicals that create harmful or toxic emissions, reduce lighting energy, incorporating natural light, acoustic and paper sound insulation, because sometimes if too much noise pollution is there, then our concentration loses, then we don't get the peace of mind. And right indoor temperature through passive design or building management or monitoring systems. So we have to keep our environment green. Land quality has to be protected. Polluted land should be sort of remediated by creating green spaces, and agriculture should be come into our cities also. Another thing is green buildings have to create resilient and flexible structures, adapt to the climate change, resilient to flooding, earthquakes, and fires, flexible and dynamic spaces, anticipating changes in their use over time, avoiding the need to demolish, rebuild, or significantly renovate buildings to prevent them from becoming obsolete. What is happening is our tastes are changing, our styles are changing. Then today, what we have made, sometimes we feel that it is obsolete. But the design should be such that it can be changed very easily and very flexibly. Connecting communities and people is largely very important for the green buildings. Engaging local communities in planning is largely important, because what happens is everybody has to commute to the workplace or for others for recreation. But in this sense, what is important is that reducing the impact of personal transport. So wherever metro is near, or so build public spaces or build up spaces in such a manner that personal transport is reduced, or environmentally friendly options like walking and cycling is available. Exploring the potential of smart and information, how smart concept can be introduced in all, that is very important. Smart electricity grids, that wherever energy is needed, that is transported, and in case the need of energy is not reduced, then somehow it get adjusted. So these are the main things. What is another thing is that we can cool the building around us also. The green spaces, the green buildings aim at this, that because concern in India and many other countries is of the high temperature. The air conditioning costs are so high. So we have to keep everything cool, and shading can be one important thing. So cool your apartment by planting trees around them is an easiest solution there. Green offices can provide foundation towards meeting several SDGs, and in this, green offices can enhance employees' health, well-being, productivity. They can connect with the communities also. Climate change risk can be also there. So green offices, because we have to work there. So if we are saving water, we are having global partnership, or renewable energy we are using, then of course the offices will be green offices. And RBI building in Bhubaneswar and all RBI building in Delhi have been rated very high as far as this green of buildings are concerned. So if I conclude to say that smart cities mission is there a way how smart cities should come into existence, and how they should become more operationable. So, but this SCM, they should incorporate sustainability in its approach. That is most important. Address to the social and economic improvements, advance infrastructure to make cities more livable, because today the problem is that our cities are becoming less livable with lot of garbage problem, pollution problem, and then a lot of stress is there. So making cities more livable by making them more presentable and more green is the goal. Promote green building technology and make it affordable for the masses, because today again those masses do not have much resources to afford this. So how this low cost housing would come up, that is most important. Awareness about the importance of green apartment should increase, that if I'm building my apartment, that daylight saving is there and I have ample windows where daylight can enter in and so on. So if the apartment should be built in such a manner that we utilize the resources very smoothly. Reduce carbon footprints and energy consumption. Energy is very important, but energy consumption should be optimized. So incentives should be given to those who are adopting green technologies. And then I think this smart cities mission and this whole aim of sustainability would be there, and we will live in a better future. So why we think twice? Go green for the future of sustainable India. And we all are part and parcel of it. So make it our duty, our own duty, that we adopt our duty and make everything more sustainable, make our small and humble efforts towards it. And with these wishes, I thank again the organizers for inviting me, and participants for listening to me very patiently. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So before moving forward, I would like to inform all the participants to kindly find the feedback link in the Zoom chat box. So moving on, lastly, I would like to invite Dr. Rajesh Kumar Dev, convener of this conference, to propose the vote of thanks. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Ritu ma'am. It is my privilege to propose vote of thanks on behalf of IPM Law Academy and IPM Group of Institutions, UP India. Honorable Professor Dr. Harpreet Kaur, Principal, Mata Sundari College, Dr. Sumaira Abdulali, Dr. Mahinder Jamshad, Professor Abubakar Matazu, Professor Dr. Antonita Elia, Dr. Sugandha, Executive Director, IPM Group of Institutions, and Honorable Anupam Goyal sir, Secretary for Group of Institutions, and Mr. Shashank Chaudhary, Dean Academics, Dr. Meenakshi Tomar, Principal, IPM Law Academy, all faculties, participants, ladies and gentlemen. This topic is very important: environment, climate change, and sustainability. And all the guests, all the participants have spoken in a proper sense, and they have tried to explain what is sustainability, what is sustainable development. What are the different ingredients of sustainable development? That is very important. And that has been explained by all the speakers in detail, I think, and that is not required to be spoken or detailed here again. All the things are clear, the topic is very clear, and all the guests, either it is national or international, they have paid attention to this international conference with their wholehearted feelings. All are interested in joining this program, who were absent and they were feeling sorry for that because they had some problems. That is why they could not come for attending this program or international conference. Now, it is very important that it has been our pleasure to host formally. It has been our pleasure to host all the participants of the conference. The participants were very enthusiastic, and I am thankful to all of them for attending the conference. We have been fortunate to have eminent persona from industries also, like eco-roots, knowledge cities, and academics also. I'm sure that the participants are benefited from this conference. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to the technical committees, technical teams. They worked day and night. And I would like to express my gratefulness towards the reviewers also. They had reviewed the papers and sent in time also. And thereafter, I would like to express my feelings in the form of thankfulness to all the professors, all the speakers, specifically Dr. Mehender Jamsha, who was present in the inaugural session, and researchers also, members of advisory committee, Dr. Uzma Nadeem, Dr. Bharti from NLU Dwarka. And I would like to express my thankfulness to Professor Abu Bakar Mataju also, who has accepted our invitation for coming to this event, to this international conference. To special thanks to Professor Anurag Deep, who is the senior professor in ILI, Indian Law Institute, before Supreme Court of India. And he has also accepted our invitation at the first instance. He always said, yes, I would come, I would come. He has never refused to come here. Professor Anumara, she was always ready, and she has been always ready that I would come, I would come. Thank you, ma'am, in absentia. Professor Ikramuddin, he was also ready to come every time. I'm very thankful to you, sir, in absentia. Professor Vikal, Advocate Katyani, right from beginning, she was bringing MC Mehta to me for this program. Ultimately, she was unable to take him to me. Advocate Rajkumar, Dr. Sumaira Abdul Ali, Dr. Chola Raja, assistant from his professor from Delhi University, Mr. Rakesh Khatri, Nest Man of India, Nipun Koshik, Director Operations and Partner, and Ms. Mehak Rathi, CEO, Knowledge Cities, Honorable Anupam Goyal sir, Sugandha ma'am, and Mr. Shashank Chaudhary, Dean Academics, for extending logistics force. Whenever I require any advice, many programs were there for materializing this international conference, but ultimately, ant bhala to sab bhala, so everything is okay. I'm thankful to everyone. Special thank to Principal Ma'am also, Dr. Meenakshi Tomar. She has taken a lot of pain for this international conference. To all my co-conveners, Sonam Ma'am, Mr. Jitendra, Ms. Megha Ma'am, all teachers and faculties. Supriya Ma'am from Management Department for Technical Support, students, participants, professors from different colleges and universities, all persons who have extended cooperation for making this conference a successful event. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Everyone, it's a kind request to kindly on your cameras for photograph session. It's a kind request. Please, everyone, on your cameras. Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening.